Hello, anybody in here? Yo, Beep. How's it going, man? How you doing? How you doing? Should be starting soon. How are you guys doing today? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Oh, I went to Target. I got a Switch Lite, which I'm excited about. Gonna play some Animal Crossing. Yeah, I went to Target, got a Nintendo Switch and a some New Horizons Animal Crossing. Gonna play that after dinner. But there's a big... Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I always screw that up. Thank you. Sounding okay now? Right. I don't think this is supposed to start at 5:15. 2:15 now. Oh god. They really aren't on time. Yeah. Get some popcorn. I know. I was thinking about making some coffee actually. I need some coffee. Was up sort of late last night with Lauren and a friend, and we're just chatting. I need some coffee. Maybe I'll go start some coffee. Oh, I made the best meal last night though. I made some lemon shrimp orzo. You know what orzo is? It's like, they're like pasta that's like rice. Oh, so good. Probably one of the better meals I've ever made. Feeling good about that. I don't know. Gotta take joy in the little things right now, right? There's not much going on that's makes you feel good. Alright, Beep, I'm gonna go, you seem to be the only one in here right now. I'm gonna go make some coffee. If anyone's in here, let them know. I'm making some coffee. I'll be back in like minutes. I'm just gonna start the water now. What's up? Withy Chipmunk, long time no see. What is Gloom Tube? I'm just heating up some water right now for coffee because nobody was in here and nothing's going on. You guys, you don't know what this is? Clap your hands, say yeah. This is a good one. The book is coming. Gloom Tube. Let me take a look. Not this. This?
You've got mail.
Is this it? What? Where you watch this movie right here? This is what you watched? I don't know. It's an interesting channel though, it's cool.
You've got mail.
I like this ad for it.
You've got mail.
Talented person. It seemed like it. I don't know what who the actual person is though. It's a good little promo. On Twitter too. Huh. He just plays games. He's not even talking, is he?
Key. 22.5 large.
Good.
Cash.
Cash.
Hey, you know the little
Out soon enough. And if it is
Plays
not,
things in
then
the little thing there. That's funny.
Established the foundation for uncovering illegal activity.
He's creative. Gets creative with
Now
his
let's move on to
desktop. Talking is overrated. I mean, I admire the idea that him just playing his desktop and people watching it. Paint and sips. You can get really creative with this stuff, right? Like, it's not all just talking and gaming and IRL. I would like to do some of that. I don't know what I would do really. Like, if I wanted to spend all the time in the world on this, I would try to make like a live news channel, like 24-hour news channel. I could host it for like 4 hours. You just have to get 6 people to do 4-hour shifts around the world. Oh, hold on, my water's gone. I'll be right back. I got my coffee. I'm ready for this. Oh, here we go. Good timing. Nope. False alarm. Hope all is well. You guys, I feel like I should just start. I should start every broadcast of it with a. I don't know. I don't know what I should start with. Like celebrities who got it. John Prine. Do you guys know John Prine? Therapy session. You mean? You guys know John Prine? He was the latest celebrity to get it. He's a cool musician. My dad likes him a lot. I think he's critically ill. Pretty old. I hope he doesn't die. But his wife said he's stable. That was the last I saw. Wife said he's stable. I just saw that Putin's doctor, or not Putin's doctor, a doctor. This doctor who met Vladimir Putin. He tested positive. He's shaking hands with Putin. That's not good. Putin better get tested now. The two cases I was aware of. There are many coronaviruses. Yes, I know. I mean, the virus gets worse over time, so even though it's mild to begin with, it gets worse over time. Is that true? What do you mean? Like, USA making a new record today. Yes, we've passed the we passed China in terms of cases right now, right? And today, the coronavirus briefing, from what I understand, they're going to talk about the models and the data that they have come up with to predict how long and how many people are going to die. So that's why I'm interested in this one, because it's actually going to be, seems like it's going to actually have some useful information rather than just Trump, you know, talking about how great he is and showing his buddies and bashing the media. Like, there's going to be some real numbers and real data, and I mean, a lot of it's already been reported, right? So, grim models project high U.S. toll in months-long crisis. The White House is expected to release models showing the future course of the disease, and they're already teasing it. They're saying 100,000, 200,000 deaths. Deborah Bricks, the woman who, I don't even really know what her official thing is. Burks. She is the response coordinator for the White House coronavirus task force. She was saying 200,000 people. So it's not looking good. Every concert I bought tickets for is postponed except Austin City Limits in October. I'd be surprised if Austin City Limits will go on in October, honestly. I don't think I would be shocked if Austin City Limits continued. Sure, the models will show the worst case scenario. Better. We don't have accurate numbers to get a realistic model. Yeah, we don't. Nobody really knows. That's the thing. Nobody really knows, but I think because it's been going on now for so long, and we do have a lot of information about what's already happened, I think that will make predicting what's going to happen a little easier. I think that they can, as more and more happens, they can get a better idea of just roughly, comparing comparing and contrasting. All right, here they come. Gotta turn the volume up though. Right, this is like, we're talking about real shit now, not just. Have we heard from the CDC yet? Well, we will today. Move this. Oops. Gotta figure out the best layout here. Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear about it now. I was looking up flights yesterday to New York just for the hell of it. Guess how much a flight to New York, a round trip flight to New York City is right now? From LA. Just guess. $20. Round trip. $1,000. Nope. Let's see. $50. Round trip, $50. Of course, you'd have to stay there for months.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, that's round trip.
Our country is in the midst of a great national trial, unlike any we have ever faced before. You all see it. You see it probably better than most. We're at war with a deadly virus. Success in this fight will require the full, absolute measure of our collective strength, love, and devotion. Very important. Each of us has the power, through our own choices and actions, to save American lives and rescue the most vulnerable among us. That's why we really have to do what we all know is right. Every citizen is being called upon to make sacrifices. Every business is being asked to fulfill its patriotic duty. Every community is making fundamental changes to how we live, work, and interact each and every day.
Only on one
Be
side here.
surprised
I
to
know.
see this
It's not me.
long into the future, when this virus is gone and defeated. Some of the things we're doing now will be very good practice for the future, including for not getting the flu, which is very devastating also. So some of what we're learning now will live on into the future. I really believe that. Shaking hands or not shaking hands, washing hands all the time, staying a little apart. 15 days ago, we published our nationwide guidelines to slow the spread of the virus. On Sunday, I announced that this campaign will be extended until April 30th. In a few moments, Dr. Birx will explain the data that formed the basis for our decision to extend the guidelines, and Dr. Fauci will explain why it's absolutely critical for the American people to follow the guidelines for the next 30 days. It's a matter of life and death, frankly. It's a matter of life and death. I know our citizens will rise to the occasion, and they already have sacrificed a lot. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy in the world.
100,000 dead,
We
millions.
had the best unemployment numbers and employment numbers that we've ever had by far. And in one instant, we said, we have no choice but to close it up. Just as Americans have always done, they will do a job like few have seen before, and they're proud to do it, and I see that. There's a great pride going on right now. Before we hear from our experts, we have a few other announcements today. The Treasury Department and Small Business Administration announced further details on the Paycheck Protection Program, which was made possible by the $2 trillion relief bill I signed into law last week. Nearly $350 billion in loans will soon be available through lending partners to help small businesses meet payroll and other expenses for up to 2 months. These loans will be forgiven as long as businesses keep paying their workers. This includes sole proprietors and independent contractors. Applications will be accepted starting this Friday, April 3rd. So on Friday, April 3rd, that's when it begins. Earlier today, I spoke with leading internet and phone providers who are doing a tremendous job of keeping our internet and lines of communication flowing under very strongly increased strain. The business is more than anybody's seen before because everyone's inside. They're all making calls. Among the leaders I spoke to were Hans Vestberg of Verizon Communications, Randall Stevenson of AT&T, Mike Sievert of T-Mobile, Thomas Rutledge of Charter Communications, Brian Roberts of Comcast, John Malone of Liberty Media, Dexter Goy of Altice, Michael Combs of Sprint, and Araya Borkoff of Liontree. Also, Pat Esser of Cox Communications and Jeffrey Story of CenturyLink.
I don't think so either. Should I try to find
They're
another
doing
one?
an incredible job.
Somebody check and see if it's better on like a different
Look at
network.
Europe. They went a different route than we did, and much different route. We were talking about that just a little while ago, and they're having tremendous problems. Other countries are having problems. Other continents are having problems. But with business at a level that nobody's seen it before on the internet, it's holding up incredibly well. And they expect that to continue no matter what happened. And no matter how much more it gains, which if it can gain more than it already is, I don't know, because they're setting records. Let me also update you on the distribution of urgently needed resources and supplies. And we have a lot of numbers. I'm going to let Mike Pence speak to that in a little while. But we're giving massive amounts of medical
White House one is delayed.
equipment and supplies to the 50 states. We also are holding back
What
quite a bit. We have
is
almost
the
10,000
NBC one? The
ventilators
audio's
that we have
better.
ready
I don't
to
care.
go.
I'll do
We
the
have to hold
NBC.
them back because the surge is coming, and it's coming pretty strong. And we want to be able to immediately move it into place without going and taking it. So we're ready to go, and we've also distributed equipment and
there we
supplies
go.
to
Much
the
better.
50 states. We also are holding back quite a bit. We have almost 10,000 ventilators that we have ready to go. We have to hold them back because the surge is coming, and it's coming pretty strong. And we want to be able to immediately move it into place without going and taking it. So we're ready to go, and we've also distributed. I just spoke with Governor of Michigan, had a great conversation, and we sent a large number of ventilators to Michigan. We're sending them to Louisiana. We sent additional ventilators to New York, additional ventilators to New Jersey. And I will say, in New York, FEMA is supplying 250 ambulances and 500 EMTs to help respond to the increasing caseload. That's a lot of ambulances. In California, the Army Corps of Engineers is developing 8 facilities to expand hospital capacity up to 50,000 beds. 50,000.
Live stream of.
And
Wonder
had
what
a great conversation last night with Gavin Newsom. He's doing
live
a
stream
really
at Times
good job.
Square.
We're in constant communications. The USNS Mercy Hospital ship is now operational. It's in Los Angeles and receiving patients.
Look at that.
And in New York, as you know, the Comfort, everybody watched that. It's in place and will be in a very short while receiving large numbers of patients, over
Totally
1,000
empty.
rooms and 12 operating rooms. FEMA's also provided 100 travel trailers to assist with housing needs, and we're ordering hundreds more. In Michigan, FEMA will soon deliver, in addition to the ventilators, 250-bed field hospital, and Army Corps of Engineers is evaluating locations to build alternate care facilities. So we're doing a field hospital in Michigan of
it's basically a rush
250
hour.
beds, and we
This
may
is
be
rush hour
doubling
in
it
New
up
York
soon,
right now.
depending on the need. They're doing a good job with beds in Michigan, but they may need more than the 250. So FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers are prepared to go there quickly and get it done. In Louisiana, we're delivering 2 field hospitals to provide 500 new hospital beds. I've been talking with the governor, John Bell Edwards, and the Army Corps of Engineers has been really doing incredible work, establishing 3,000-bed alternate care site at the New Orleans Convention Center, which will be operational, believe it or not, this week. So we're doing a 3,000-bed alternate care site, and we're also doing a 500-bed new hospital. And that's in Louisiana, which really got hit. It started off very late, and it was looking good, and then all of a sudden it just reared up, came from nowhere. In addition to the supplies we're delivering, we're also giving hospitals the flexibility to use new facilities, including surgical care centers, to care for hospital patients who are not infected. For example, I know that many expectant mothers are understandably concerned about exposing their newborn babies to the virus, and they should be. With our action yesterday, hospitals now have the authority to create special areas for mothers to deliver their babies in a very safe and healthy environment, totally separate. Over the past 2 months, the U.S. State Department has organized one of the largest and most complex international evacuation operations in American history. Mike Pompeo has been working round the clock, along with Ambassador O'Brien. Since January 29th, we have successfully repatriated over 25,000 Americans from more than 50 countries where they were literally stuck, in some cases locked in.
Paul's sick right now? Really?
And I salute the incredible public servants at the Department of State, as well as their counterparts at DHS and HHS, who have played such an important role in doing this.
You have a clip of him being sick?
You probably read about the young people in Peru and young people in Brazil, and they were absolutely stuck, and we got them out. Got them. Almost everybody is out now, back home with their parents, their wives, their husbands. I want every American to be prepared.
He was feeling
for the
bad,
hard
didn't have
days that lie
symptoms though.
ahead.
Well,
We're
you
gonna
never
go
really
through a
know,
very
right?
tough 2 weeks, and then hopefully.
What does he
As
even
the
say?
experts are predicting, as I think a lot of us are predicting after having studied it so hard, you're going to start seeing some real light at the end of the tunnel. But this is going to be a very painful, very, very painful 2 weeks.
Wow.
When
He's
you
really
look and
changed his
see
tone.
at night
Right?
the kind of death that's been caused by this invisible enemy, it's incredible. I was watching last night Governor Murphy of New Jersey say
Hey, thanks for the pizza.
29 people died today, meaning yesterday, and others talking about numbers far greater. But you get to know a state. I know New Jersey so well, and you hear 29 people, and hundreds in other locations, hundreds in other states.
Right,
And
he
this
can't.
is going to be a rough 2 week.
I think
period.
they somehow got through
As a
to
nation,
him,
we
right?
face a difficult
Seems like
few
he
weeks
got
as we
the message.
approach that.
How old are you,
really
man?
important
You have a very small
day
chance
when
of
we're
dying.
gonna
I think
see things
anybody
get better
anybody
all of a
in
sudden.
this room has a
And it's
very
going to
small
be
chance
like
of
a
dying.
burst of light. I really think and I hope our strength will be tested and our endurance will be tried.
They're saying
But
200,000.
America will answer with love.
A
and
million would
courage
be
and
insane.
ironclad resolve. This is the time for all Americans to come together and do our part.
You
I
say-
appreciate a lot of the media. We've had a lot of really good things said. I think only good things can be said when you look at the job that's been done. I just spoke with Franklin Graham, who's an extraordinary person, and Samaritan's Purse has
They're
been,
saying
like so many others, just been amazing. And so fast. They did it so
100,000.
fast.
The models say
He's been doing that
100,000.
for a long time, but I think people are really
1 million is
seeing
lowballing
what they
it.
have done.
I don't know. Well,
Franklin
we'll see because
Graham,
they're going to
and his
show
special
us
family.
all the
As we
models
send
and why they came up.
Plane loads of
This guy is
masks
just
and gloves and supplies to the communities
he's just talking
battling
about
the
how
plague.
great
And
Franklin
that's what
Graham
it is.
is.
It's a plague. We also send our prayers. We pray for the doctors and the
Oh, he's
nurses,
been a whole body. Not afraid of the
for the
virus.
paramedics and the truck drivers
Full
and the
effect of
police
everything,
officers and the sanitation workers, and above all, the people fighting for their lives in New York and all across our land. I watched as doctors and nurses went into a certain hospital in Elmhurst this morning. I know Elmhurst, Queens. I grew up right next to it. I know the hospital very well. Been seeing it all my life, my young life. And I will tell you that to see the scenes of trailers out there and what they're doing with those trailers,
You see the
they're
tents
freezers, and
in
nobody could even believe it. And I spoke to
tents in
some
Central
of my
Park.
friends. They can't believe what they're seeing. And I watched the doctors and the nurses walking into that hospital this morning. It's like
Look at
military
this.
people going into battle, going into war. The bravery is incredible. And I just have to take my hat. I would take my hat. If I were wearing a hat, I'd rip that hat off so fast, and I would say, you people are just incredible. They really are. They're very brave. They're going in, and they don't know. You have lots of things flying around in the air. You don't know what you're touching. Is it safe? And you also see where you have friends that go into the hospital, and you say, how is he doing 2 days later? And they say, sir, he's unconscious, or he's in a coma. So things are happening that we've never seen before in this country.
I want to see a
And
video
with
from
all
the
that
cruise
being
I
said,
took
the
last night.
country's
Sure.
come together like I've never seen it before. And we will prevail. We will
Look at this.
win. And hopefully it will be in a relatively short period of time. With that, I'd like to ask Dr. Birx to come up and show you some of the latest, just the data that has been, I think, brilliantly put together.
This is the
right
field
after that, I'm gonna
hospital
ask
in-
Dr. Fauci to speak. And Mike Pence is going to give you some of the recent events that have taken place and some of the statistics that we have that I think will be
Park
very
right now.
interesting here. Thank you very much. Please, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can have the first slide, please. So always, and that's what
That's
this
a field
slide is
hospital.
labeled, is goals of community mitigation. Really highlighting that this begins in the middle and the end with community. It is community and the community of the American people that are going to have to do the things for the next 30 days to make a difference. I think you know from that large blue mountain that you can see behind me, and I just want to thank the 5 or 6 international and domestic modelers from Harvard, from Columbia, from Northeastern, from Imperial, who helped us tremendously. It was their models that created the ability to see what these mitigations could do, how steeply they could depress the curve from that giant blue mountain down to that more stippled area.
I'll watch it after.
In their estimates, they had between 1.5 million and 2.2 million people in the United States
Right.
succumbing to this virus.
This is where we're at.
Without
We're
mitigation.
supposed to be going at like this.
Yet through their detailed studies and showing us what social distancing would do, what would happen if people stayed home, what would happen if people were careful every day to wash their hands and worry about touching their faces, that what an extraordinary thing this could be if every American followed
We're halfway
these.
to 100K
And
deaths.
it takes us to that stippled
I don't think we
mountain
are.
That's much lower, a hill actually.
Maybe
down
infections.
to 100 to 200,000 deaths, which is still way too
I
much.
don't.
Next slide, please.
Oh, this is the U.S.
Simultaneously,
though,
there was a
they're knocking out.
modeler out of the University of Washington that modeled from cases up, utilizing the experience around the globe to
We don't
really
have- it's not
understand
42K.
how this information that we have from
It's like
Italy and
3,000
Spain
here.
and South Korea and
3,000.
China could really help us give insight into the hospital needs, the
worldwide.
ventilator needs, and really the number of people who potentially could succumb to this illness. It is this model that we are looking at now that provides us the most detail of the time course that is possible. But this model assumes full mitigation. It's informed every morning or every night by the reality on the ground coming in from New York, New Jersey, and around the United
Peak
States.
in mid-late April.
And is modeled and informed every morning so that it is adjusted, so it is up to date every day.
Wow, imagine 3,000
This is
people
the
dying
model of
every
the
day.
predicted fatalities and mortality in the United States. And as the president said, it's very much focused on the next 2 weeks and the stark reality of what this virus will do as it moves through communities.
Right. 2 more
Next
weeks
slide,
till the
please.
peak.
But this is a slide that gives us great hope and understanding about what is possible. On the bottom of the slide, where you can barely see that blue line at the very bottom, that's the
us.
current
Whoop, whoop.
cases in California, the cumulative cases in California, where they're doing significant testing. The next line up is Connecticut. The orange line is New Jersey. The blue line is New York.
Okay, just the U.S.
The yellow line is Washington.
This is if they do
We
it
all remember
perfectly.
Washington State. It was just a month ago
Oh, they
when
went
they
down.
started to have the issues in Washington State. But they brought together their communities and their health providers, and they put in strong mitigation methods and testing. And you can see what the result in Washington State and California is. But without the continuation for the next 30 days, anything could change. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you're interested in seeing all the states. So on this slide is all 50 states and the District of Columbia. But I think it shows in stark reality the difference between New York and New Jersey
California was
and
sometimes
other
it's 2
states with
months.
similar
We're fucked.
populations.
Well, I don't
and
know. The
urban
numbers don't
areas.
lie.
Our goal over the next 30 days is to ensure
it's not
the
that bad
states
right
that
now.
you see, the 48 across the bottom, maintain this lower level of new cases with the hope that we don't have significant outbreaks in other states and other metro areas as the community comes together to work together and ensure that the healthcare providers around the globe and in the United States
New
are
Jersey and New
strengthened by
York,
our resolve to continue to mitigate
That's her
community
thing.
by
That's
community.
her trademark.
This is done community by community. We all know people are in their states and in their communities. And we're very dependent on each person in the United States doing the same thing, following the presidential guidelines
Yeah,
to a
Texas is
T.
doing okay
I know
so
it's
far.
a lot to ask because
It
you've done it
is a
for
lot.
15 days.
I really don't
So
want
if
to
you
do it
can
for
show
another
the
month.
next slide, please. So this is what gives us a lot of hope. This is the case finding in Italy. And you can see that they're beginning to turn the
doing okay.
corner in new cases. They're entering their 4th week of full mitigation and showing what is possible when we work together as a community, as a country, to change the course of this pandemic together. It is this graphic and the graphic of many of the states that gives us hope of what is possible with continuing for another 30 days.
Not going to
Amidst all
happen.
that hope, I must say that like we warned about
We
Detroit
don't know what's gonna happen
and
after this, though.
Chicago,
What if they
we
stop
start to see
and it just goes
changes in
back up?
Massachusetts. New Orleans continues to be a problem of new cases, although they're stabilizing. And I
Yeah,
think
we're 2 weeks
it
in.
really shows
but it's
the
not
depth
really full
of
mitigation.
dedication
Like,
of the American people to the healthcare providers.
here in LA, we
because
are.
they can see the strain that this puts on every nurse, doctor, respiratory
Can't get
therapist,
high in your own
pharmacist,
backyard.
and laboratory technician that's working together to stem this tide of unrelenting sick people coming to their doors. No one has been turned away. No one who has needed ventilation has not received ventilation. But you can see how stressful it is for each of them. So I know it's stressful to
Hey,
follow
thanks
the
for following
guidelines, but it is more
cyanotics.
stressful and more difficult to the soldiers on the front line.
Model should 30K
As we
for
started,
his
and
first
we will
month.
end with its communities that will do this. There's no magic bullet.
You're saying
There's
the
no
model's
magic
been right so
vaccine or
far.
therapy. It's just behaviors. each of our behaviors translating into something that changes the course of this viral pandemic over the next 30 days. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birx. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. So what Dr. Birx has really said very simply is that there are really two dynamic forces that are opposing each other here. As I've mentioned several times in our briefings, the virus, if left to its own devices, will do that dark curve that Dr. Birx showed you. The other dynamic force is what we are doing, what we're trying to do, and
It
what we
usually
will
lasts
do
like an hour,
in
hour
the
and a half.
form of mitigation. Now, these are very revealing bits of data because you saw what happened in Italy, where you make the turn around the curve and you go. That doesn't happen all at once. It's a stepwise fashion. And if I explain the steps, which I will, you'll see why we are really convinced that mitigation is going to be doing the trick for us. Because what you have is you have an increase in new cases at a certain rate. When the increase in new cases begin to level off, the secondary effect is less hospitalizations. The
Breaks,
next
I didn't
effect
read
is
that. I
less
heard it was good,
intensive
though. What-
care, and the next effect is less deaths.
Can you describe it to
The
me?
deaths and the intensive care and the hospitalization always lag
Yes, with the.
behind that
Sorry,
early
this is about
indication
information.
that there
figuring
are
out what's
less
going on.
new cases per day, the way we saw in Italy, and the way we're likely seeing, I don't want to jump the gun on it, we're seeing little inklings of this right now in New York. So what we're going to see, and that's we got to brace ourselves, in the next several days to a week or so, we're going to continue to see things go up. We cannot be discouraged by that because the mitigation is actually working and will work. The slide that Dr. Birx showed, where you saw New York and New Jersey, and then the cluster of other areas, our goal, which I believe we can accomplish, is to get the hotspot places, the New Yorks, the New Jersey, and help them to get around that curve. But as importantly, to prevent those clusters of areas that have not yet gone to that spike, to prevent them from getting that spike. And the answer to
Get used
that
to adapting.
is
Okay.
mitigation.
I'll check that out.
Now, the
Maybe
15
I'll
days
check it
that
out
we
right now.
had of mitigation clearly have had an effect, although it's tough to quantitate it because of those two opposing forces. But the reason why we feel so strongly about the necessity of the additional 30 days is that now is the time, whenever you're having an effect, not to take your foot off the accelerator and on the brake, but to just press it down on the accelerator. And that's what I hope and I know that we can do over the next 30 days. And as I said the other day and on one of the interviews, we are a very strong and resilient nation. If you look at our history, we've been through some terrible ordeals. This is tough. People are suffering. People are dying. It's inconvenient from a societal standpoint, from an economic standpoint to go through this. But this is going to be the answer to our problems. So let's all pull together and make sure, as we look forward to the next 30 days, we do it with all the intensity and force that we can. Thank you.
Fake? How is it fake?
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Dr. Birx and Dr.
Hospitals are
Fauci.
empty as fuck. Check
I
out
know I
film
speak
there.
on behalf of
Uh-oh.
the President.
We got the
People all across
conspiracy
this
theorists
country
in here
want to
now.
express our great admiration and appreciation
I'll
to
check
both
it out.
of you for helping to
Martial law.
steer our nation through this challenging time. The American people have now seen what the President saw when he made the decision at the end of 15 days to slow the spread, to ask the American people to give us 30 more days, to continue to put into practice
Yeah,
the President's
I've read a lot of
coronavirus
reports about
guidelines for
crazy,
America.
crazy
And as you
hospitals.
just
30
heard
days
from the
to slow this
experts, we have reason to believe that it's working.
Gotta figure
Dr.
out
Fauci
how to
just
get
said
herd
there are
immunity numbers. True.
difficult
I think
days
they
ahead.
need to do that.
Our hearts and our prayers go out to the families that have lost loved ones, and those, as the President just reflected, who we know are struggling at this hour in hospitals across the nation. But to each and every one of us, do not be discouraged.
One case in a major metro area. Well,
What
it hasn't
you
gotten
can
there
do to
yet.
protect your health, the health of your family, what you can do
Film your
to
hospital.
ensure
Okay,
that
I'll check it out.
our healthcare providers have the resources and our hospitals have the capacity to meet this moment is put into practice the President's coronavirus
Meet this
guidelines for
moment.
America.
Oop,
It really is what every American can do.
that's what
30 days
Gavin
to slow
Newsom
the spread.
keeps saying.
30
Meet this
days to
moment.
make a difference in the lives of the American people, American families, and the life of our nation. Allow me to give you a few brief updates before the President takes questions. First and foremost, we continue to work very closely with governors around the nation. The President and I spoke to all the governors, all the states and territories yesterday. And since we were last together, the President and I have spoken directly to several governors around the country, including Illinois, Louisiana, Michigan, New York, and other states. At the present moment, the President has declared 29 major disaster declarations and authorized 10 different states to use full federal funding, so-called Title 32 funding, to pay for their National Guard. And as of this afternoon, FEMA reports some 17,000 National Guard have been activated in states around the country to provide support for coronavirus response. On the subject of testing, we have now completed more than 1.1 million tests around the country. We're working very closely with governors around America to assist them in drive-through and community testing centers. I spoke with Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois today about a testing center that they've established in cooperation with the U.S. Public Health Service.
Check back in a few days.
Remind every governor and every laboratory and hospital in the country, it's imperative that you continue to report daily to the CDC the results of those tests to give us the visibility on the data to best inform
we got an F. Not
resource decisions.
Hey, Jolly
Also,
Penguins. Nice to
we
see you.
reiterated today to
got
governors
C.
in person and also through correspondence to every governor
shows-
the importance of using their National Guard if
Shows
need
who's
be
done
to
done
move
social
medical
distancing the
supplies.
best.
FEMA is very busy, as you'll hear in a moment, delivering literally millions of
How did they
supplies to
calculate
states around the country. But we're urging every governor to make sure to work with their state emergency management team and maybe use the National Guard to move those supplies from warehouses to hospitals. At the present moment, as the President
Hi,
said,
Jolly
we've distributed
Penguins.
more than 11.6 million N95 masks, more than 8,100 ventilators around the nation,
Mobile data.
millions of face shields, surgical
So,
masks,
we got a
and
C.
gloves. We initiated
Pretty much
an
the
air
same.
bridge that the President announced yesterday.
60 to 65%
Flights have
change.
arrived in New York. One arrived in Illinois yesterday.
No,
and a
Puff
flight
went back to
will arrive
his
in
owner.
Ohio in the next 24 hours.
I miss him.
FEMA is literally working and contracting around the world with now more than 51 flights that will be bringing vital medical supplies. On the subject of ventilators, FEMA is currently delivering 400
wanna put their
ventilators
phones
to
next to each
Michigan,
other.
300 in New Jersey,
I don't know how
50 to Louisiana, 50 ventilators
I wonder
to
how
Connecticut. And in the last
how
week
accurate
and in the
that
week
is.
ahead, more than 450 ventilators to Illinois. This is in addition to more than 4,400 ventilators that the President and FEMA directed to the state of New York. We just want
I don't know
people that
how
are working on the front lines that the
accurate
President just
just, like,
spoke
doing
about, Dr.
phone data
Birx and
is.
Dr. Fauci spoke about. We want you to know help is on the way.
yeah, America's F.
And at the President's direction, we're going
We
to
got
leave
an F
no
on the
stone
social
unturned anywhere in
distancing
America
scorecard.
or anywhere in the world to make sure that you have the resources and the equipment to do your job. So again, I want to just say thank you, America. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for putting into practice the 15 days to slow the spread. And thank you for the response that tens of millions have already had for the 30 days.
I don't know
to slow
how
the spread.
realistic
We
this
encourage
is.
each one of you, as we have governors around the country, to spread the word about the guidelines. Listen to your state and local authorities in areas that are more greatly impacted. We continue to urge people in the areas of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to refrain from travel around the country, and people who've traveled from that area, check your temperature and self-quarantine for 14 days. You can see from that chart the unique challenges people in the greater New York City area are facing with the coronavirus, and we want to do all that we can to protect your health, focus resources on the community, and prevent unnecessary spread. Lastly, as the President highlighted yesterday, businesses around America are stepping up as never before. Tomorrow, I'll travel with Secretary Sonny Perdue to Gordonsville, Virginia, to the Walmart Distribution Center, just so the American people can see firsthand how the food supply is continuing to roll on 18 wheels and through air freight all over America. And we thank again the grocery store operators around America and everybody that's working out on the highways and byways every day to keep that food supply rolling and rolling strong. To the American people, though, we just want to assure you that we're going to continue to work our hearts out to make sure our healthcare providers have everything they need.
It's my
that anyone
fault.
struggling with coronavirus has the support and healthcare they need. I'm absolutely confident. Seeing the way our governors are responding, seeing this team the President has assembled in the White House Coronavirus Task Force, confident of the prayers of the American people that we'll get through this, but it will take all of us doing our part, and we'll get through it together.
Just to be clear, what is the projection?
Vice President Pence, one of those briefing at the White House right now, basically going through some of the data that led the president to extend the
I don't know about the
social
Google.
distancing
I don't know about the
guidelines
Google.
for another couple of weeks. That frankly stunning number we heard yesterday, 100 to 240,000 Americans could die if they do everything right. Let's go to Jeff Bennett at the White House. Jeff, the president pretty much framed this as the American people have
They're
a
going away
choice
from
as to
Trump.
which way and how this is going to play out.
Okay.
You're right about that, Lester. And the president said following these extended guidelines is a matter of life and death. And I just want to underscore the point that you made. The information that Drs. Birx and Fauci presented to the public, that's the same information they presented to President Trump just days ago when he made that decision to extend those guidelines, those initial 15 guidelines, to 30 days. And the president, we heard,
So our hope is to get that down as
They took out the questions are the best part.
the modeling that Dr. Berg showed predicts that number that you saw. We don't accept that number.
Got to do it. I don't know what to do.
We do everything we can.
It's Fox.
Even
Fox's
significantly
fault.
below
I wonder if people
that.
are
So,
complaining
I
about
want
it.
it to be a mixed message. This is the thing that we need to anticipate, but that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to accept. We want to do much, much better than that.
But doctor, when we look at the curve, it goes much further in time. So we would have death and cases for much longer. I mean, we do expect
So you can put up slide number 2. So that's a generic. I'm sorry, if you can go back to the slides and put up slide 2. Okay. So what I showed you was a generic picture of what happens in an epidemic when you mitigate. So no mitigation, mitigate. This is based on the experience around the globe with this particular virus. And so it does have a tail, but the peak you can see by this projection, and this is the IHME data, the peak is over the next 2 weeks. And this is tracking mortality, so the number of fatalities from this virus. And so that's the part that we think we can still blunt. Secured medical care that every client is receiving, but also even more stringent people following the guidelines.
I can't see the small characters, but are we seeing death until June?
Yeah, I got it.
I can't really.
This is June.
This is June.
So they're saying the death's going to end in July.
Deaths in June.
It's a projection.
It's a projection, of course.
So, I mean, just getting back to what I said about the stepwise thing, deaths always lag. So you will be seeing deaths at a time when, as an
Yes,
epidemic,
pulsing
we're
of
doing
infection
really,
rate.
really
That's
well
one thing.
because the deaths will lag.
They're not saying that though, but also they're ending it in August. So what if it happens peaks in November again? You know.
The answer is yes. We need, as sobering a number as that is, we should be prepared for it. Is it going to be that much? I hope not. And I think the more we push on the mitigation,
Like
the
look
less
at the
likelihood it would be that.
look at the Spanish flu.
As being realistic, we need to prepare ourselves that is a possibility that's what we will see.
Very short period of time for that to happen. Right. Can the country handle that in such a short period of time, within a couple of months?
They were able to stop it
50,000 a month.
You know, it will be difficult. I mean,
in
no
like
one
2
is
months
denying the fact that we are going
in
through a
Philly.
very, very difficult time right now. I mean, we're seeing what's happening in New York. That is really, really tough. And if you extrapolate that to the nation, that will be really tough.
Look, see?
That's what it is, Jim, and we're going to have to be prepared for that.
They had two.
Because the model,
They had
that
two
model that was from
peaks.
HME, that's based and heavily laden.
Well,
by
what's
the
our
data
R0?
coming from New York
Isn't R0 this like
Connecticut.
2.5?
So, that can skew
Are
to a
not.
higher peak and more significant
Yeah.
mortality. If all of the other states are able, and all the other metro areas are able to hold that case number down, then it's a very different picture. But you have to predict on the data you have, which is heavily skewed to New York and New Jersey.
Just one extra thing, getting back to that, that's really an important slide that Dr. Burke showed. The cluster of other cities that are not New York and not New Jersey.
This is the MIT
If we
one.
can suppress that from any kind of a spike, the numbers could be significantly lower than what we're talking about.
This is the MIT article suggests that there'll be
Right, and that's
pulses.
the reason my plea
this.
at the end of my remarks, Jim, that now is the time to put your foot
Like,
on the accelerator.
what if it goes
because
back?
That's the only
Comes
thing
back
that's
into
gonna stop
September.
this case.
And some of the cities are doing very well.
You think this is what will happen?
Well, at this
Somebody should ask that.
But the number, the doctor said 100,000, the number is between.
I want to ask, like, what's going to happen after July? Is it going to just go away, or is it coming back in? Because this is literally July. Joe's going up again. We're going to relax the measures right there, and then
Cities that aren't
relax.
doing what, New
Come back,
York,
relax.
New Jersey, Washington, the cities that have been taking charge in all of this, would you urge some of the cities that haven't been doing this, Mr. President, to
Pretty
get
bad.
with the program?
Well, I would, but if you see New York, I believe the blue is New York. New York is having a much harder time than other of the cities. Certain cities are doing, actually, if you look down here, an incredible job. They were early, they were very, very firm, and they've done an incredible job. New Jersey, New York, this is,
If you remember, California and Washington State were down here, and they had some of the earliest cases.
But we're seeing places in Florida not doing
It does.
what New York and New Jersey have been doing, what Washington State has been
but
doing.
they're doing very well by comparison.
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President?
Yes,
If I could maybe direct the question to you and then to Dr. Fauci as well. You told us yesterday that you're accomplishing, or the U.S. at least is accomplishing 100,000 tests per day, but we're still hearing difficult stories from the front lines of the first responders that you praised so appropriately a little while ago, that they can't test all of the people that they need to test. Do you have any kind of projection as to when everyone who
Sounds
needs a test will be
screwing
able
me
to
up.
receive
Let's
it?
see.
I can only say
What,
that we're doing
PBS?
better than anybody in the world by far. We are testing highly accurate tests. These are tests that work. As you know, many tests that work. As you know, many tests are being.
This also only has
and they're broken. Well, we're doing
on the left.
every day we get, and the word is exponential. We are getting more and more and more. And now we have. The
I think
new
it's
test
just
that you saw yesterday. That's going to be rolled out
White House?
tomorrow or the next day, and that's going to
How
take
about
only a few minutes. Literally
C-SPAN?
in the world by far.
They're all only on the
We
left.
are testing highly accurate tests. These are tests that work. As you know, many tests are being sent to countries and they're broken. Well, we're doing, every day we get, and the word is exponential, we are getting more and more and more. And now we have the new test that you saw yesterday. That's going to be rolled out, I think, tomorrow or the next day. And that's going to take only a few minutes, literally a few minutes to see the result.
That's too
And it's a
delayed.
highly accurate
Whatever.
result. I mean, tests were given out, not by us, by other countries, where there was a 50-50 chance that it was wrong. What kind of
How
a
about this
test?
one?
Wrong. What kind of a test?
Oh,
is it?
here we go.
These are highly accurate tests, but the new tests that are coming out are very quick, and they were just developed. Abbott Labs did the one yesterday. So we're doing more than
Sweet
anybody in the world.
stereo.
And they're very accurate tests, and we're getting a lot of information from those tests.
The test president unveiled yesterday, the Abbott Laboratories test, which is a 15-minute test.
I'm hungry.
Our team is working very closely with Amadjoa and FEMA to make sure that those are distributed around the country. Earlier this week, Abbott Laboratories is actually going to be producing 50,000 tests a day and distributing those around America.
Moises' lawyer,
Machines
what's up?
In some 18,000
I know.
different locations
I should make
around
some
the country.
popcorn. Maybe I'll go
Notice
run,
they
get
have
some
several
popcorn.
thousand on the shelf now, and what we're doing is trying to identify the areas where we may yet have pockets, or, as Dr. Burks often says, where we
Cup
want to
noodles.
do more
Oh, that would be
immediate
good.
testing
I got some
so
nice.
that
I
we
got
can
some
do
good ramen. I
surveillance
wish I had some ramen right
testing
now.
to identify where there
God,
may be coronavirus
now I'm gonna start talking
cases where
about
there's been
food.
very little incident. But if I could just amplify one other point, and that is that when you
Did they
look
give
at
us a
this
lot of
chart,
tests, South Korea?
go back 15 days. And the reality is that, and this is me speaking as a layperson, but as I've listened to our experts, I mean, New York and the greater New York City area have unique challenges. It's a city that we really believe may have had exposure to the coronavirus much earlier on than we could have known, and had its own challenges. And New York, Connecticut, New Jersey are leaning into this effort. But when we look at this chart for all the other states, including Washington State and California, it really does give evidence that, at least it begins to give evidence that the 15 days to slow the spread is working. And that, in fact, the American people are putting these things into practice in states across the country.
Chicken
including
cheese melts from
in
pot.
New York
Oh,
and New
that
Jersey,
sounds good.
even though
Chicken
they
cheese
faced
melt.
a greater
Oh,
magnitude of
dude,
cases,
what is that?
for certain circumstances that are related to international travel in those communities. But I think the
National shelter in place.
I know. I think
Something
the
across
American
the country.
people. What I'd suggest to you, Jim, is the American people can look at these numbers in the other 48 states, and they can see that in the last 15 days, the president's coronavirus guidelines were working. That's precisely why President Trump is asking every American to continue to put these guidelines into practice for 30 more days.
And
Mr.
I asked
President,
for a
can I just
question for
follow up on
Dr. Burks and
testing? Just a
Dr.
quick
Fauci.
question.
Is that what this is?
If I could. So right now, we're at about 4,000 deaths here in the United States.
That looks pretty good.
Suggesting a spike of more than 90,000 deaths over the next few weeks. Do you have a demographic breakdown of the areas that are most at risk and where most of those deaths may occur?
I'm gonna buy some of those, dude.
Well,
those
right
look good.
now, and I think if you ask Chris Murray, he would say he's using
I'm
the
hungry.
information coming out of New York and New Jersey and applying that to potentially other states having the same outcomes. I just want to say again, this yellow line, and this is all corrected for 100,000 residents. So this is normalized. So
It's
we
gonna
can
be frozen.
compare
It'll
apples
kill the
to
virus
apples.
if it's in the freezer. You know, people are too paranoid.
Washington.
People are too paranoid. I think.
Yellow.
Like, be safe, but you don't have to not eat
We've been
food.
able to, for a long time of measuring cases, not have a spike. So it's possible, and we're watching very closely to make sure it doesn't have a spike.
I have
But that's what the people in Washington State are doing. This is what
I have a
every
bunch of Trader
community-
Joe's
so it-
frozen food, which
Washington
was
State
good.
early, about 2 weeks before New York or New Jersey. California, a week
I know what I
before
can
New
eat.
York
Hold
or
on.
New Jersey. Really talked to their communities and decided to mitigate before they started seeing this number of cases. And now we know that that makes a big difference. Early, as Dr. Fauci said, if you wait till you see it, it's too late.
And again, do you have a demographic breakdown, Dr. Burks, of where these deaths may occur?
So there's a demographic breakdown that we've discussed before related to mortality. And it's as we're seeing in New York exactly what we saw in Italy. Very low mortality, not to say that young people under 30 or young people under 40 aren't getting ill. They are, but most of them are recovering. So the profile looks identical to Italy, with increasing mortality with age and
Pelosi? How did Pelosi cause
So
it?
that is holding in the same
Pita
way.
chips.
But what we're hoping
I'll put it on mute
is
so people.
that through the work of communities, and again, it comes down to communities. This is communities deciding that this is important to them, to not have the experience of New York and New Jersey. And I think, we are worried about groups all around the globe. I mean, I don't know if you heard the report this morning, there's 8,000 ventilators in the UK. If you translate that to United States, that would be like the United States having less than 40,000 ventilators.
Yikes.
We have 5 times that amount. So, I mean, these are the things that everybody is having to face. And I think the United States is in an excellent
All right,
position
well,
from our medical care.
I don't know about
position,
that.
But we don't want to have to test that system. We want this to be a much smaller epidemic with much smaller mortality.
Can I just follow up on the testing question real quick before we move on? So, so the testing numbers, I understand 1 million tests done is a big increase, but we were told there would be 27 million tests available by the end of the month. So can you outline where in the supply chain, where in the logistics chain are those other 26? Yeah, where are the other 26 million tests right now?
I think this is
600 people died today.
just for purposes of clarifications. There's a difference between sending a test that can be administered to a test being done. Because a month ago or more, the president brought together the top commercial labs in America and said, we need you to partner with us to create a brand new system that would rapidly process tests. We're now at 1.1 million tests, and we believe it's a fair estimate that we're testing about 100,000 Americans a day. That'll continue to grow. It'll continue to accelerate. But I think the misunderstanding early on was there were many tests being distributed, many test kits being sent.
Damn.
But under the old system, as the president's described it, the antiquated system, those were being processed in state labs.
639 new deaths today.
Private labs on a very slow, methodical system that could only produce maybe 30 to 50 tests a day. But this new partnership that we have with commercial laboratories allows the progress we're making. But the breakthrough with Abbott Laboratories now moves to point of care, which means you're going to have devices and tests that people will literally be able to take.
21,000 cases today. Yeah, we're going to get
millions
millions of people are getting this, right?
Results in 15 minutes.
And
So
it's
those
clear that
26 million tests we were
there's
talking
already
about,
3,700
were those
people
tests
dying.
under the old antiquated system, and
Yes.
now, so are we still even using those 27 million tests, or have we just completely moved on to the point?
The
of
answer
care
is
tests?
yes. Now
So-
through the new
tracking of the
Even
Florida
today,
party people.
Which is, I have to say, coming out of laboratories and developed tests and worked on vaccines and then gone to the field to actually combat epidemics, it is disappointing to me right now that we have about 500,000 capacity of Abbott tests that are not being utilized. So they are out, they're in
Yeah.
the States, they're not being run,
I'm
not utilized.
I'm glad I'm
So
not in
now
New
we
York
have
too.
to
I have a
figure
lot of
out
friends in New York though.
how
They're
do we
scared.
create awareness, because sometimes
even leave
when
their
you
house,
put
you know?
an early platform out, like our first platform out in the high speed was Roche. So you get that out, people
But they're-
get dependent
I
on
see.
that, and then don't see
Tracking
there's
all the people who were
availability
on
of
the-
other tests. So right
on
now
the
there's
beach
over
here.
500,000 tests sitting
See how it was spread.
capacity
That's interesting.
that are not being utilized. So we're trying to figure out how do we inform states about where these all are, how do we work through every laboratory association so they're aware, and how do we raise awareness so people know that there's point of care, there's Thermo Fisher, there's Abbott testing, and there's Roche. And if you add
This
those
is them.
together,
This is where they're going.
that's millions of tests a week.
Not being reported.
And they're not, and so those are the,
But they're not being reported.
or they're not even being used. So that's
Wow.
what's really, so that's what we're working on.
What's the reason for being used?
Because when people get used to a single platform, they keep sending it back to that lab. So it's getting in a queue to wait to get on a Roche machine rather than being moved to this other lab.
Oh, so
that
this
may
is
have
them
Abbott
going. I
capacity.
see. This
Because
is,
they're all
What?
in different laboratories. And so
Follow me.
I think, well,
I don't-
actually, Admiral
they-
Giroir
this
is
is where they
figuring
went?
it out to really create some kind of visual so that every governor and every health commissioner can see
Wow.
all of their capacity in their countries, in their states, county by county, so that they know where the tests are. So we pushed a lot of tests out, but they're not all being utilized.
And
And
it's
so,
up to the people, and they don't send them back. I mean, they use them, they don't send them back. And Doctor, go ahead, please.
No, Dr. Burks explained it very, very well. I just want to get back, John, to your question. It's a logical question. When you look at the number, you want to know what the demography
how do we know
is
for
gonna be.
sure New York isn't just testing?
This is a
well,
number that we need to anticipate.
I think because of the
but we don't
deaths, you
necessarily
can't.
have to accept it
Deaths
as
are
being
not.
inevitable.
You know.
And that's getting back to what I'm saying about we can influence this to
Are
a
pretty
varying
objective.
degrees. And if we influence it to the maximum, we don't have to accept that. That's something we need to anticipate.
And California or New York has way more than many
Want
deaths
to do
than
much, much better than that.
other states.
I mean, on that front, what do the models suggest is on the low end if you have full mitigation?
Well, it says
That was
between
full
100 and
mitigation.
200,000.
That was full mitigation.
It says 100 to 200,000, anything, which is a lot of people, right? It's a lot of people. Well, you didn't ask the other question. What would have happened, because this is the question that I've been asking Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx for a long time, and they've been working on this for a long time. The question is, what would have happened if we did nothing? Because there was a group that said, let's just write it out. Let's write it out. What would have happened?
I think they're testing everybody who dies of something
1.5
that looks
to
like
1.6
COVID.
million people, up to 2.2 and even beyond. So that's 2.2 million people would have died if we did nothing. We just carried on our life. Now, I don't think that would have been possible because you would have had people dying all over the place. This would not have been a normal life.
Like,
How
look
many
at the
people would have
difference.
even seen anybody die? You would have seen people dying on airplanes. You would have.
I don't think that's
seen
about
people
testing.
dying in hotel
It's a
lobbies. You would
tenfold
have seen
more.
death all over. So I think from a practical standpoint, that couldn't have been carried out too far. But if you did nothing on the higher side, the number would be 2.2 and maybe even more, and on the lower side, 1.6 million people.
They want to send,
But if those, if
Yeah, and I see the
100,000 is
upstate
the
where I
number
live,
with full mitigation,
sheriffs are trying to fight it.
How do you push it? How do you push it lower?
So, no, we'll go together. We've been at this a long time. You go first.
So, John, it's an obvious, very good question. If this is full mitigation and it's 100,000, why am I standing here saying I want to make it better? Because that's what the model tells you it's going to do. What we do is that every time we get more data, you feed it back in and relook at the model. Is the model really telling you what's actually going on?
I see.
And again, I know my modeling colleagues are going to not be happy with me, but models are as good as the assumptions you put into them. And as we get more data, then you put it in, and that might change. So even though it says, according to the model, which is a good model that we're dealing with, this is full mitigation. As we get more data, as the weeks go by, that could be modified.
Why does the model now, the top line on the lowball estimate, why does that not pop out? I think it said 240,000, not 200,000. Is that a change? Is that because the states haven't been doing enough?
Yeah, I know,
it's
they
just
really
has
aren't
to do
social
with
distancing.
If you had more
never
New
do.
Yorks in New Jersey, Chicago, Detroit, LA, Dallas,
You have tests that can do five minutes.
all of our major cities modeled like New York, that's what gets us into trouble. But I am reassured by looking at the Seattle line, by looking at the LA line, by looking at what
Wish they would
California's
start
been
wrapping
able
up
to
mask
do,
transmission.
that
No.
that is not something that
I think it would help for
I
sure.
don't believe
I have
that's
a
gonna
mask.
happen. That is the outside case of having 10, 15 metros like New York and the New Jersey.
Lauren
metro
just
area.
ordered some
New York had community
masks.
spread pretty early undetected,
from
so
this place.
don't many of those other states, if not more of them, who had even less information, aren't they likely to see the same spike?
Well, California and Washington State reacted very early to this. I mean, yes, Washington State had some of the
I think
earliest.
they're making
infections.
masks.
They
These
had
guys are
kept
making
it
masks
low
now. I wonder
and
if
steady,
look.
and for now a month has been tracking it with a small increase in the number of cases, but not this logarithmic
This is
form of the virus.
This
And
is like
so that's
basically,
what-
you know, American
that's
Apparel?
the piece that we're trying to prevent. That's the piece that we're trying to prevent
Like
in
the new
New
American
Orleans,
Apparel.
in Detroit, in Chicago, and in Boston right now. And trying to make sure that each of those cities work more like California than the New York metro area.
Mr. President, I just wanted to
Mask
get your
branding for
thoughts on
transmitting-
face
right.
masks. We asked you about this yesterday, and you said
I don't know
you were
how
thinking
good
about it.
a
Just to end
Yeah.
the last
Of course, they have, like,
topic,
super
I
hot
think I could
chicks
say
in
this
masks.
before I spoke to Dr. Birx before and to Dr. Fauci. For whatever reason, New York got off to a very late start. And we see what happens when you get off to a late start. New Jersey got off to, and I think both governors are doing an excellent job, but they got off to a very late start. When you look at Washington State, if you remember,
There's a lot of
it
good
all
mask
started
content on
in a
it
very
on Instagram
confined
too.
nursing home, and you had 20 some odd people.
How much
I
is it?
believe,
30
dying
bucks?
in one home. That doesn't mean it escaped that home, and so
Like, hear
they have a
people.
very different statistic than other states. But I mean, I remember it very vividly, the nursing home in Washington State, where you had many people dying. Every day people were dying in the one exact location. So they were able to keep that, relatively speaking, into that location.
But on the facial coverage.
Were you surprised when you saw these projections? The numbers are sobering.
They're very sobering. Yeah, when you see 100,000 people, that's at, and that's at
Yeah,
a
well, you
minimum
can't
number.
get
Now,
you
what
can't
we're
get
looking
surgical
at,
masks. I don't
many
think.
people, as we're talking about, whatever we can do under that number and substantially under that number, we've done that through really great mitigation. We've done that through a lot of very dedicated American people. That 100,000 is
Asians
according
love
to
better
modeling,
mask
a
fashion,
very low
right?
number.
They're way
So
ahead of
when
us
I
in
first
terms
saw
of
the
the,
number, and I asked this a
the
while
style,
ago,
the mask
they
style.
said it's unlikely you'll be able to attain that. I think we're doing better than that. Now, I think we have to see, but I think we're doing better than that because, as John said, that would be, a lot of lives taking place over a relatively short period of time. But think of what would have happened if we didn't do anything. I mean, I've had many friends, business people with great, actually, common sense. They said, why don't we write it out? A lot of people have said, a lot of people have thought about it. Write it out. Don't do anything. Just write it out and think of it as the flu. But it's not the flu.
Well, that's what you were saying before.
When you send a friend to the
Trump
hospital,
was saying that
and
before.
you call up to find out how is he doing. It happened to me, where he goes to the hospital, he says goodbye, he's sort of a tough guy, a little older, a little heavier than he'd like to be, frankly. And you call up the next day, how's he doing? And he's in a coma? This is not the flu. So we would have seen things had we done nothing. But for a long while, a lot of people were asking that question, I think, right? I was asking it also. I mean, a lot of people were saying, well, let's just write it out. This is not to be written out, because then you would have been looking at potentially 2.2 million people or more. 2.2 million people in a relatively short period of time. If you remember, they were looking at that concept. It's a concept, I guess, it's a concept. If you don't mind death, a lot of death. But they were looking at that in the UK, remember? They were very much looking at it. And all of a sudden they went hard the other way because they started seeing things that weren't good. So they were, they put themselves in a little bit of a problem. Now Boris tested positive, and I hope he's going to be fine. But in the UK, they were looking at that. And they have a name for it, but we won't even go by the name. But it would have been very catastrophic, I think, if that would have happened. But that was something that everybody was talking about, Steve. Like, just don't do anything. Don't do anything. Forget about everything. Just write it out. They use the expression, write it out. We would have had, at a minimum, 1.5, 1.6.
Oh,
but
sorry.
We would have had perhaps more than 2.2
I was
million
eating.
people
Yeah, I was
in a
saying
very
that.
short period of
I think
time.
somebody close to him got it, and now he sort of realizes how
Likes
serious
of
it
which
is.
we've never seen. So now
What are
when
you
we
talking
look
about?
at our
Thank you, Gamer Kid.
package that we just approved for $2 trillion, all of a sudden it seems very reasonable, right? We're talking about 2 million lives. All of a sudden it seems very reasonable. I must say, a lot of people that have been seeing the more advanced numbers, because these are much more advanced numbers now. When you first started, we didn't know, and this was a different.
Chris Cuomo
kind of
got it.
virus, and nobody knew that much about it. Even the experts, you don't really know where it's
Health
going.
insurance premiums will
But then
now
they see
skyrocket.
what goes on in Italy, and they see what goes on in Spain.
It's going to put a big toll on what's
And
health,
you see
health insurance.
France is
for-
having a very hard time, and other countries having a very, very hard time. But once they
That
see
interest
what's
is
going
booming
on,
with
they
DIY face
start
masks.
making projections.
It's a good
So
idea, let's see.
I hope they're going to be very high projections, but based on everything else, that would be the number. Let's see if we can do much better than that. I hope we can. Yeah, John?
What about
Mr.
masks?
President, you didn't answer your question about
Yeah, the
masks.
mask.
Okay.
Well, I understand there's an issue with supplies,
That's
but
right.
if there
Well,
was
it's
enough
this
for
way.
everyone
You
to
know,
go
you
around-
can use a scarf. A scarf is everybody. A lot of people have scarves, and you can use a scarf. Scarf would be very good. And my feeling is if people want to do it, there's certainly no harm to it. I would say do it, but use a scarf if you want. Rather than going out and getting a mask or whatever. We're making millions and millions of masks, but we want them to go to the hospitals. I mean, one of the things that Dr. Fauci told me today is we don't want them competing. We don't want everybody competing with the hospitals where you really need them. So you can use scarves. You can use something else over your face. It doesn't
I
have
don't
to
see
be
any
mask.
on Pinterest. It's all
But
just
It's not a bad idea, at least for.
it's all face
a
mat,
period
like
of time.
beauty
I mean,
face
eventually
masks.
You're not going to want to do that. You're not going to have to do that. This is going to be gone. It'll be gone. Hopefully gone for a long time.
Mr. President, the mitigation steps that are on your
People
30-day plan.
behind the show on Netflix.
Is that enough, or is more?
Convert the
have you
older
been-
stars.
We're gonna find
What
out.
what
We
show
hope
on
it's
Netflix?
enough. We hope it's enough. We hope we're at a level where we can say, let's go, because our country wants to get back to work. We really want to get back. Everybody wants to get back to work. Now,
What do I think the actual
you could ask
death
the
rate is?
doctors to answer that question, but we
I don't
discuss that
know.
all the time. What do you
You
think?
mean like 1 point?
Recommending harsher
Well, I think we're
mitigation
very, I
steps?
think we've been very
0.2%?
harsh. I mean, you look at the streets, I looked at Fifth
0.2%?
Avenue today
I don't
on
know.
camera, and I didn't see anybody walking on the street, and I'm used to watching that street, you can't even see, you can't see the asphalt, you can't see the concrete. And you look at this, nobody. There was one car, looked like it might have been a taxi cab, and it was in a time of the morning that normally
This
there'd
is
be a lot
it.
of people.
This is it right here.
I think the mitigation's been very strong, please.
Mr. President,
Less than 1%. Yeah, I think it is less than 1%. This is
defer
Fifth Avenue.
Tariff payments for 90 days, and secondly, on
I
interest.
didn't do anything about tariff payments. I don't know who's talking about tariff payments. They keep talking about tariff payments, and we haven't done that. China's paying us, we made a deal with China. Under the deal, they're paying us 25% on $250 billion, and they pay it. And I spoke with President Xi the other day, and he didn't mention that. We didn't mention that. We had a great conversation,
weird.
by the way. A really
Do I think there should be
productive conversation, having to do
consequences?
with many things. Most of it was on the virus, but
I don't know.
you know, we're not talking. Who are you with? Who are you with?
If I
bud?
could
Who are you
just
with?
clarify.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who are you with?
Wall Street Journal. There's reporting by the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg that there's a plan in
Yeah, I
motion.
know it's incorrect reporting.
to
Well, it might be, but I'm going to have to approve the plan. The one thing I will tell you, I approve everything, and they haven't presented it to me. So therefore, it's false reporting. So therefore, don't do the story. If we're going to do something, I'd be glad to let you know.
For
There's
covering
nothing
it
wrong
up,
with doing
for
it.
covering up the virus.
But
I don't think it really helps to talk about that right now. I think you need to talk about how we're going to prevent it in the future.
Interrupt their politics. I wanted to ask you about individual states issuing stay-at-home orders. What do you think, for instance, in Florida, Ron DeSantis has resisted urges to issue one of those, but he said moments ago that if you and the rest of the task force recommended one, that would weigh on him heavily. What sort of circumstances need to be in place for you to make that call and say this is something you should consider?
different kind of a state. Also, great governor, knows exactly what he's doing, has a very strong view on it. And we have spoken to Ron. Mike, do you want to just tell him a little bit about that?
Well, let me echo our appreciation for
You
Governor
just feel
DeSantis'
about
leadership.
numbers to
I feel
international
he's been
high
taking decisive
nonprofits.
steps from early on.
I don't know. We all have to go back and
Closely,
see what actually
with our
happened.
team at the federal level.
It's not time really to talk
Let
about
me be
that.
very clear on this. The recommendation of our health experts was to take the 15
buy
days
everyone
to
a-
slow the spread
A full mask respirator.
and have the president extend that to 30 days for every American. Now, that being
I
said,
miss going outside. I miss
we
going to bars
recognize
mainly,
that when
or
you're
going to a
dealing
coffee
with
shop,
health
going to a
crisis
bar,
in the
going to a
country,
restaurant. I would love to just
it is
go to a bar and
locally
have a drink.
executed by healthcare workers, but it's state managed. And so we continue to flow information to state governors. We continue to hear about the data that they're analyzing.
Yeah, you can go
and
outside.
consult with them. But
I'd like
at the
to
president's
go
direction,
meet up with
the
a
Virus
friend.
Coronavirus Task Force will continue to take the posture that we will defer to state and local health authorities on any measures that they deem appropriate. But for the next 30 days, this is what we believe every American in every state should be doing at a minimum to slow the spread.
So unless we see something obviously wrong, we're going to let the governors do it. Now, if it's obviously wrong, I mean, people can make things, they can make a decision that we think is so far out that it's wrong, we will stop that. But in the case of Governor DeSantis, you know, there's two thoughts to it, and two very good thoughts to it. And he's been doing a great job in every respect, so we'll see what happens. But we only would exercise if we thought somebody was very obvious. So go ahead, your turn.
Thanks. I had a question in a minute for the Vice President about the National Strategic Stockpile, but while you're at the podium, I wanted to ask about your call with President Putin a couple days ago.
Yeah.
I know a big economic concern for a lot of people has been the state of oil prices right now.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you raised that with President Putin, if you were able to
We did.
gain any
We had a call. It
assurances.
was probably about that, the oil prices, because as you know, Russia and Saudi Arabia going at it, and they're really going at it, and by going at it to the extent that they are, the oil has dropped to a point where...
A lot of cameras on here.
Look, it's the greatest tax cut we've ever given, if you look at it that way, because people are going to be paying 99 cents for a gallon of gasoline.
Walking the streets, the sidewalks aren't 6 feet. I mean, I had to do that when I was walking.
But at the same
I
time, it's
walk into
hurtful
the street when there were
one of our
people
biggest
coming the other way.
industries. That's the oil industry. It's really
Got to do it.
It's not even feasible what's going on. So I spoke to President Putin about that. I also spoke to
Little
the
Italy.
Crown Prince
I used to
about
work
that.
right here, Little Italy.
Saudi Arabia.
So,
No, I think, yeah, they're going to get
crazy.
together, and we're all going to get together, and we're going to see what we can do.
I used to work right around here.
You're going to lose an industry over it.
Normal
Thousands
day,
and
there'd just be
thousands
tons of
jobs.
people going up and down.
We have, I don't know if you know, there's oil all over the oceans right now. The boats are all filled. The ships are, they're renting ships that were dying, that weren't doing well, and now, like, that's where they're storing oil, and they're sent out to sea, and they sit there for long periods of time.
Los
There's so
Angeles there.
much oil. In some cases, it's probably less valuable than water. In some parts of the world, water is much more valuable. So we've never seen anything like it. But the two countries are discussing it, and I am joining at the appropriate time if need be. We had a great talk with President Putin. We had
Here's
a great
Hollywood
talk with the
Boulevard
Crown
right now.
Prince. We also discussed, more so with President Putin in this case, the virus, because Russia's being hit pretty hard.
I had funny.
And
Literally
we
walk
discussed
into
many
me on the
things, trade.
sidewalk,
We
right?
discussed a lot of things with both, but
Nobody's
in
here.
the case of both, we very much discussed the oil and the oil prices. I mean, you look, it's $22, but it's really much cheaper than that if you want to negotiate. Nobody's seen that. That's like from the 1950s. It really is.
French-
You have
French
to think
war.
that it was 50, 60, 70, 80, and now it's 22. But, you know, if you put a good bid in at 9, I think you could probably get what you wanted, right? John, please.
Mr. President, you tweeted earlier today that now would be a good time to start looking toward, if there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and work on an infrastructure bill. Again, you suggested it should be $2 trillion, which is twice what the last
Wow.
one was.
Look at that.
Or the proposal, at least. Are you anticipating that, like after the economic crisis of 2008, 2009, America will need to have so-called shovel-ready jobs ready to go to get people back to work?
Well, the problem with that one is that
Paul was there.
maybe shovel-ready jobs and maybe not, but they never used it for the purpose of infrastructure. So far, nobody's been able to find any money that was spent on infrastructure. I want to use it for infrastructure. And one of the reasons I'm suggesting it, John, is we're paying zero interest. The United States is paying almost zero interest rate. The
These are
Federal
photos
Reserve
of
lowered
it.
the rate, the Fed rate.
That's not social
And
distancing.
That, and a combination of the fact that everybody wants to be in the United States. You know, we have a dollar that's very strong, and I know that sounds good, but
You're washing it
does make
down
hard
here?
to manufacture and sell
Look at that guy.
outside because other currencies are falling, and our currency is very strong. It's very, very strong. Proportionately,
Even the Midwest, just about every
through the roof.
cashier I've talked to says it's no
So we
worse
have
than
a
the
strong
flu, and they
dollar.
want
People
this,
want to invest
want
in the
their
United
hours to
States,
go back to
especially nowadays
normal.
where they're
Really?
looking at safety. They have all of the problems. Plus
It was
the
a good
virus in
briefing, yes.
151 countries. They
Some
all come
interesting.
into the United States, and so
We
have
saw
a
the
zero
models
interest
of
rate,
what they're getting
essentially.
to predict.
And I said, wouldn't this be a great time to borrow money?
What is
at
he
zero
going on
interest
about
rate
this?
And really build our infrastructure like
Okay.
we can do it. So the plan was, the Republicans had a plan of about 750. I would say they were at 7.5. You had the Democrats were a little less than $1 trillion. The Republicans were a little bit less than that.
All right.
And I'm suggesting $2 trillion. We redo our roads, our highways, our
I
bridges.
don't know. Is there any
We
point
fix
in
up our
even
tunnels,
listening to this
which are
anymore?
Many of them in bad shape, like coming into New York, as you know.
Yeah, I read this
Really
article.
bad shape. And we
that
really
said that
do a job on our
Asia
infrastructure.
was getting new ones after they
And
thought
that
they
doesn't mean
closed
we're
it
gonna
down.
do the Green New Deal, because I won't do it. I won't approve it. We're not going to do the Green New Deal and spend 40% of the money on things that people just.
Especially with policy to make cashiers wear masks.
We're going to borrow the money at 0%.
They are the only people that
So our
that
interest
all
payments
people
will be
have
zero,
contact with in this
and we can
lockdown.
borrow long
I think that's a good idea.
People want to be in the United
Every time I go into a grocery store, I'm like, man, these people are not
I wanted to get back to the virus.
protected.
You were saying at the beginning of the press
I was in
conference that you're
I was in Target. These people are just walking around.
ventilators.
Nothing.
Is that because you need to pick and choose where these ventilators are going to have to go because of the nature of the pandemic?
Right.
and
Good
how
question.
It's spreading. And also, I just wanted to ask Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, if it's possible, after you finish, Is that part of the reason why you're projecting 100,000 to 200,000 deaths? That there are going to be some people who aren't going to be able to
Right, they have contact with thousands of people.
Actually, just
I don't
the
wear
opposite,
a mask
because
when I go to the store.
We're holding
either.
back. We have
I might start.
almost
I don't know.
10,000, and we're holding because we're going to need them over the next couple of weeks as the surge goes on. You see the chart. We haven't hit the top yet, and we have to be able to move them immediately. And we can't take them because it's going to be very hard to do that. We can't take them to places that aren't needed.
You have arrows?
Plus, we have requests for ventilators in hospitals and in states and cities that don't need them, in our opinion. They don't need them. They won't need them at the top. So we're holding it back for flexibility. We actually just took 600 and we sent them to different locations today.
All right.
But we have close to 10,000, and we'll be able to get them, and we're all set to march. We have the national.
That's whether
guards
they've
and
had the
FEMA.
virus. I think
And we're
100%
all
of them
set
have
to
already
move
been
them to
sick.
the places.
Really?
So, as per your second question,
I should
what
have
we
asked
do
them how
save
how it
lives
was
because
going.
of
I was trying to get in and out
otherwise
as
we would
fast as
not be able
possible,
to
though.
get to the ventilators. And we don't know what the hottest spot is.
Ventilator shortage right now?
In some areas we might, but we've done a great job with ventilators, and we're having them made unbelievable. We have now 11 companies making ventilators. Now
There's definitely a shortage
in the next week, but we've also grabbed a lot of them. Some hospitals had more than they were saying, or at least more than we knew about, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But we want to be able to have, I guess the word would be flexibility, so that if the surge turns out to be much stronger in Louisiana, which it could, that we can immediately bring 1,000 or 2,000 to Louisiana. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get them. We wouldn't be able to say, listen, Governor Cuomo in New York, we want to take ventilators away from New York. And they'll say, well, we can't do that.
Hey, Clout, thanks for the dono.
We have great flexibility.
Thanks
now,
for the $3.
When the surge
Appreciate it, man.
occurs, if it occurs fairly evenly, we'll be able to distribute them very quickly before they need them. But we want to
Don't go
have
far
a
from my house
reserve right now. It's like having
and live
oil reserves.
in the
except more
countryside,
valuable,
so I don't
frankly.
need to go into
But we have a
town for
reserve right
comfort
now,
food.
and
I'm a
we'll
tad
be able.
lucky,
And we
yeah.
also have a great team of people ready to deliver. They can move them fast. So when we see it going up in a certain state, and Louisiana could be one, and Michigan could be another with Detroit, because Detroit is having a lot of hard time right now. Detroit came out of nowhere, and that's what happens with this. It comes out of nowhere. So we are ready, Jim.
Kyle
depending on
Jenner,
happens,
what if?
And we have a stockpile.
There'd be a lot of
And that's what it's called,
content around that, I
a
think.
lot of the ventilators and a lot of the other equipment, rather than sending it to the stockpile, we had it sent
To leave your
directly to a
groceries in the
hospital
car for
to a
72
location,
hours?
to a
I don't
place.
think that.
So we
I don't think you need to do that, man. That's being paranoid.
Unboxed, put in, and then delivered. We have it brought, which they've never done before. They don't do that. Generally speaking, they don't do that. But we've had, I think, Mike, we've had tremendous success at doing that. That's for other items, including ventilators, where it's brought to the site that needs it. But we have a good supply of ventilators, and we're ready to go. We're all ready. We have trucks ready. We have everything ready, because, as we're saying, John, this could be a hell of a bad 2 weeks. This is going to be
72 hours on
a very
cardboard.
bad 2 and maybe even 3 weeks. This is going to be 3 weeks like we haven't seen before.
Should the hospitals be prepared for that? We're hearing from
Well, I
some
think the
hospitals
hospitals,
that they're facing what looks like a medical war zone in some
yeah,
of these places.
they are going to be facing a war zone. That's what it is. I've heard some of the
So
paramedics
different
and
than
some
what
of
he
the
was saying
doctors,
before.
They said they were,
It's
they've
like
been in war
it just
zones.
switched.
They've never seen anything like this. You look at Elmhurst Hospital in Queens. I've never seen.
I guess he must have seen stuff, or I don't know.
Because that's a hospital that's near where I grew up, and it is a war zone in a true sense. Yeah, please.
Yeah, on the ventilators, so
Yeah,
we've
he's
been
saying
hearing
it-
from
he's just
governors
talking about how
who
bad
say
it is now.
They are fighting amongst themselves, essentially bidding amongst themselves
They
to
shouldn't be
get these
doing that.
ventilators.
If that happens, they should be calling us. Look, we have ventilators.
Really?
We've distributed thousands of ventilators, but they shouldn't be doing that. And if they need them that badly, we know. We have pretty good ideas of where they're going to need them. Some people, frankly, think they need them and they don't need them. I don't want to mention names, but there are some people that want them, and it's really not the right thing. Then you have some people that, I guess, automatically hoard a little bit. They want to have more
Whoops.
than they think they need. But, you know, a ventilator is a very precious piece of equipment right now.
Let's see the photo.
It's hard to make. It takes a long time to make it. It's complex. Some
Good.
of them are
Where's the photo?
like the dashboard of an airplane. I mean, they're very complicated and very expensive machines, and some are much simpler. But we're ready to go depending on what happens. But we have some hospitals.
Post
in
his
some
photos
states
to
that think they
Facebook.
need
Wow, what an idiot.
ventilators, and we don't think they do. Now, if they do need them, we will have them there before they need them. We'll be able to move very quickly.
You're confident that.
What about the hydroxychloroquine? Is there any early data on these trials?
Nothing that I've heard. I mean, that's the first question I make every morning. I'll tell you, I call up, we have 1,100 in New York right now.
Talking
And
about
we have other locations
the vaccine now?
where people are taking them. Now, the good news is it's only 3 days, and it's like a 7 or 8 day treatment. The good news is we haven't heard anything bad.
Oh, the
In other
chloroquine.
words, there have been no catastrophic events. But we haven't, it's a little bit too soon to talk about it. It would be a total game changer, John, if that happened. If that happened, it would be a game changer. And we include that, and I think in all cases, the Z-Pack, you know what the Z-Pack is. So we're going to see what happens with the hydroxychloroquine. Yeah, just one second,
Are
Steve.
there other antiviral drugs that have some promise of working soon?
We're looking at a lot of them. Some show promise. I think maybe the doctor might want to speak about the vaccines because a lot of Johnson & Johnson is advanced, very advanced. We'll see what happens. The one thing with the vaccine is it doesn't help this group because this group, you need to test the vaccine. The one thing with the drug you just mentioned, right, is that
Medical Kink website donated a bunch of supplies to the UK. I didn't read that. That's hilarious, though.
Very powerful drug.
That's amazing.
But it's been out there for a long time. So it's tested.
Did they have Did they have ventilators? That would be really.
You want to discuss the vaccines for a second, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. President. But just for a second before the vaccine, in answer to your question, Steve, there are a number of candidates.
Oh, they donated
the
scrubs.
drugs that
That's
are now
funny.
being looked at in various ways, either compassionate use, clinical trials, but generally drugs that already exist for other things. There's a whole menu of drugs and interventions.
I want some
that are
pizza
now
now, dude. I'm hungry.
That are not approved for anything.
Trying to lose a lot
For
of its
example,
Western
things
business
like,
dealings. I think that's true.
immune
I think they're going to lock down
seroconvulsant
their country
plasma,
more too.
or hyperimmune globulin, or monoclonal.
That sucks. I wanted to
antibodies,
go.
A variety of other things.
They
Right
kicked
now,
out journalists,
there's a lot of
know.
activity going on behind the scenes in the design of the kinds of clinical trials that will give us an answer. Because
China.
you need an answer, because if it doesn't work, you want to get it off the table and go to the next one. So there are a lot of things. Vaccine.
Normally take, weeks, months?
Yeah, no, it takes at least months. So, I mean, that's the reason why you're seeing a lot of activity with drugs that already exist for other purposes, because they're already there. But the drugs that you want to show in a
Canceled
big
the
randomized
summer
clinical
everywhere?
trial, at very best, are going to take months. Just one word on the vaccine.
It's gonna be a weird summer, I
Exactly like
think,
we said,
for sure.
We hope that as we get into the summer, if in fact there are cases out there, when you're in a phase 2 or phase 3 trial, or 2B, as we call it, that we might get an early efficacy signal. And an efficacy
I like this,
signal
Olympus.
means
You're sort of
even though
the
we haven't
doing the
definitively
ticker.
proven
I like
the
that.
vaccine
Keep it
works,
up.
You get enough information that if it were an emergency, you might be able to have an emergency.
Traffic at Walmart, Costco fall for the first time in weeks.
And I have to say this, hydroxychloroquine, and
There was nobody at the Target when I
which
was
is,
there. It was
you know,
cleaned
you
out
take
though.
it with it, maybe, if you want, for the infection. I think some medical workers are doing that, using it maybe.
Although I got to switch
they
light
prescribe perhaps
and
as, for other use.
Animal Crossing.
The word is that some are and some aren't. I mean, I think it's not a bad idea to do it, but that's up to the doctors. But there is a theory going around that in our
People are gonna
country
be
and some other
paranoid the
countries,
whole
people are
year
taking that
and avoiding
work in
others.
the
That's what I
hospitals,
think.
Work with the patients.
There's gonna be a
because
whole
there is some
process coming out of
evidence. And
this.
again, it's going to have to be proven. It's very early. You know, we're rushing this stuff through. This was
By the
supposed
time
to
we
take a
we
long
get
time
the
to be
vaccine,
approved, and
there'll
I
probably
think
be
they
another
had
one
the
coming out.
FDA to get it approved immediately.
These things
on
are
the basis that it was already
coming
on
out
the
again and
market for a lot
again.
of years for another use. Malaria mostly, and arthritis, but mostly malaria. So we'll see what happens. But there is a theory out there that for the
I feel like this is a prison sentence being in lockdown. Yeah, it sucks. We hope still NFL season is not canceled. I don't care about that.
About the national stockpile. The governor of Connecticut.
About which?
The national strategic stockpile. Governor of Connecticut today said that he was disturbed to learn that the stockpile is now empty. That's his words. And he said,
Well, it's not empty. Let me explain something. What we do, and I thought I said it accurately, I certainly meant to, rather than having it brought into the stockpile, where appropriate, other than certain things like
Modern Warfare 2 is
quite a few
Mastered is out now.
not a lot when you look at the whole country. Actually, it sounds like a lot. Almost 10,000.
Luckily, I don't really care about sports, so I'm not really bummed out by anything being canceled in the sports world. I can imagine if you really cared about sports, that would suck. I don't care about sports. Sad for everybody who does, but you know, video games, if they canceled like Last of Us 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake, then I'd be bummed. You're dying without sports? What do you do to replace sports? Does esports really replace sports? I don't think so. What do? Watch reruns? Really? Video games? Sports video games?
Here in the United States, domestically, we can practice social distancing, but some of our sailors, specifically on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, they're not able to. They're in confined spaces. What are your thoughts on that? Should they be offloaded? And then, sir, are you concerned?
I'm going to let the military make that
decision.
decision.
Yes, sir, but are you concerned about U.S.
Olympics.
military readiness during this pandemic? For instance,
that's the thing. I don't even really care about Summer Olympics. I like Winter Olympics. Winter Olympics are my thing. What are virtual leagues? Like people playing like FIFA against each other?
With a lot of bets. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And by the way, that wasn't the only one. It wasn't just at Javits Center. It was at other locations. And now it's Louisiana, and now it's New Jersey, and now it's other places.
No junior or senior proms,
One thing
right?
that I think is indisputable is when I watched the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA working with them, but when I watch the Army Corps of Engineers throw up these hospitals, and they're complex. I mean, these are incredible buildings, essentially, tents and various things, but they did it in such a short period of time. And
will people will graduate a year late, really? They're not going to be able to do the internet?
Watch the shows at night. And I think the best guests that I've seen in a long time are the military people.
It's more about
And
gambling.
they've
A
never
lot
done
of
it
sort of
before.
people into gambling and virtual
I've watched
stuff.
General
So they can still
Semonite, who I
gamble.
deal with a lot. I say, General,
So they're
give us
like
2
they're
new
now like
hospitals in Louisiana.
they're now like
Sir. And the next morning they're building them at 6 o'clock in the morning.
betting on League of Legends.
I think they're the best guests you have. I guess I'm tired of the other guests in all fairness.
What kind of message do you have?
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Yes, this may be an uncomfortable question, but what would the models have looked like that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci showed us if we had started these social distancing guidelines sooner, in February or January, when China, South Korea were doing those sorts of things?
Well, I'm going to let them answer that.
In terms of what information we're getting from them, but if we had started
It's a good question. What are sports channels showing? Reruns, right? Are they showing old games?
Remember this, and again, I say it. And
What's on
everybody says it.
ESPN
You know who
every
says
night?
it better than anybody is Dr. Fauci. I had a decision to make. Maybe it was my biggest decision. China was heavily infected, and thousands of people were coming from China to the United States. And against the wishes, not even wishes, but they disagreed with the decision, I made a decision to stop China from
He loves
coming
talking
in.
about
Took
this.
a lot of heat, even from China. They weren't exactly happy. I just made a trade deal, a big one, $250 billion trade deal, and I'm shortly thereafter saying you can't come into our country. That was a big decision. That was earlier than the dates you're talking about. So that was a big decision. That was probably, and by the way, not because I did
Am I
it.
over it? I'm not over it. This has just been a long one. I might.
Look at the one grab.
And it's not. There hasn't been very much
In New York,
interesting
New
side.
York started late, but the other ones
I think
didn't
he's a
start
little. He's
so
taking it way more seriously, so it's just like a little less interesting to watch.
But it got a late start.
Like,
but do you want to?
It's weird how much different this one is from yesterday. Yesterday was the weirdest, dumbest one, and this one's like.
I think it's really important because we had a lot of questions about mortality and what it meant.
Pretty professional.
Okay, so you see this confidence interval? So here's the line. This is the confidence interval. This is where
Most politicians change
you have
their tone.
the ability to push it down.
For him, it's like
So you have a large confidence interval.
Right, day to day, you
around
know,
the
like
line.
it's just
And so we're
weird.
trying to move that gray down
Go
tighter
back
and
to
below
calling.
the dotted line. So I think that's really important. And then if you can go to the next
calling
slide.
it the China virus. It was at least entertaining, right?
So we really can't answer your question until we can get antibody testing out there. Because what we can't
Yeah,
tell
this is-
you
This is a good tweet.
And we can always do this.
This
There's
is
always
basically what I'm
samples in
feeling.
hospitals and other things. It's the way we really defined the HIV
Pieces.
epidemic in the United States. We were able to go back to blood samples when we had the test and really find out where it was and what was going on. We really need to look at and really see, was there virus significantly circulating
Like, this
in
is-
early March?
this is what it's like.
In late
He's
February, and what
going
did it
back
look
and forth
like,
between
and
this.
where was it, and was it all in the metro areas? And I think that's what Dr. Fauci and I are very, very focused on, is getting serology testing out there to really figure out when it came.
Even CNN was
and really have those
calling it the
samples
flu
to
at
be able
first.
to do that.
Was it? Let me see a clip.
The painful part of my question, and please, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, we understand, but we
there may
can't
be
answer it
Americans
till,
at home
yeah.
Trump has become
saying,
more
if we
professional.
started this sooner, we might not have 100,000 to 200,000 Americans dying.
Well, that makes an assumption that it was here, there was a lot back here that we didn't see. And until we have the antibody test, I can't really answer that.
Just to underscore what Dr. Birx was saying, if there was no virus in the background, there was nothing to mitigate. If there was virus there that we didn't know about, then the answer to your question is probably yes. Now, the only trouble with that is that whenever you come out and say something like that, it always becomes almost a soundbite that gets taken out of context. But I think that's very
Yeah, Jay
important.
Smitty, I feel you. It's been really hard for me to work, and I need to work too.
Covert infections here that we didn't know about, and we didn't.
Everything's just up in the air.
They would have made a difference. If there was virtually nothing there, then there's nothing to mitigate. And I don't know the answer to your question.
But we were watching
Yeah.
South Korea, and China and Italy, and we weren't taking action when those countries were
Right,
spiking.
sure. In a perfect world, it would have been nice to know what was going on there. We didn't, but I believe.
I am
that
working,
we
but I mean, like, writing.
Very, very early.
Writing is hard.
Adequate testing, would we have known?
Yeah, we would have known the same thing. We inherited obsolete tests.
Can I speak to that too as well? President made reference to the fact, January 31, he suspended all travel from China.
June, you'll
Shortly
see the latest.
thereafter,
You'll see the
we issued
antibodies.
strong travel advisories
Yeah.
for the sections of Italy implicated.
Right. Look
and
at this.
sections of South Korea.
I'm just going through
And
Twitter now,
we reached
pulling
agreements
up some
with those
interesting stuff.
countries to screen
You guys know
all-
about how Whole Foods workers are going on strike? Yeah, because they don't have enough paid sick hours, and they don't they're not really doing good enough with protective gear. Jeff Bezos is the richest man on the planet, is more than able to provide an immediate expansion of paid sick hours. But Bezos has yet to provide his employees at Whole Foods with anything to cope with the recent outbreak. Bezos even had the audacity to cut health care benefits for nearly 2,000 Whole Foods employees at the beginning of the year. Yeah, Whole Foods is a big grocery chain owned by Amazon. So they need to add paid sick leave. I saw this story that they were suggesting that employees could like donate their paid sick days to their coworkers who were sick. That was their solution. So if my coworker was sick, I could be like, "Oh, here's one of my sick days." That's just insulting. Anyway, I'll sign this. You guys want to sign this? Look, I'll use my power for good. Sign this. I work at Whole Foods. I'm not gonna share. I don't know. Bernie Sanders tweeted it.
I do think we were very early, but I also think that we were very smart because we stopped China. We had never done that before. You know, we had never closed our borders before, as I read. I don't know, maybe that's not right. And Dr. Fauci had also said that was I think it was maybe the biggest moment because we were stopping the source, we were stopping the infection, but we also stopped Europe very shortly thereafter. That was a big decision. That was not an easy decision either. I stopped them a long time before people started stopping anyway. So we stopped China, we stopped Europe, we stopped all of Europe, and then ultimately we stopped UK, Ireland. Yes. Please in the back, the very back, please.
Mr. President and team, going back to hydroxychloroquine, how many clinical trial tests numerically would you like to see before you put a stamp of approval on it? Because there are clinical trials being taking place around the world right now.
Sure, please.
Is there a number? How many cases would you like to see?
That is an FDA decision, and it really depends on a variety of factors. What I would like to see a clinical trial that has a comparison to something that is comparable to what it means without the drug. I mean, I keep saying it, I say it all the time, and I'll say it again.
Free markets come with a
control trial
right.
that compares it to something meaningful. When that
trials that you're watching taking place around the world right now.
Well, there are a number of trials going on, not only in the United States, but also in other parts.
Closing borders to one country
now,
and not doing contact tracing, no chances. I mean, that's true.
To what I say all the time.
He slowed it down a little, but what was he bought us a few weeks that we didn't use. That was what it did.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're talking about the chloroquine? Is that what you're talking about? In specifically for the last question? Yeah. No, there are trials going on, but there are also trials going on. We're trying them on people that are now sick. That's a very important. That's a very important trial.
It's called a razor for it.
We're watching whatever happens around the world. We're watching those trials very closely. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Well, I'll be honest. I think it was the right call for him to do it.
Do you think that in any way this was happening in building
but,
at the same time?
You know,
divert your attention or your team's attention or the vice president's attention?
Well, I don't like to think.
I don't think he gets the benefit of the doubt because he, has closed all these.
I mean, I got impeached.
Traveling. He's implemented all these travel bans on.
Right? So
obviously racist grounds.
It was a total hoax. And when you think that I got impeached only because they had a majority in the House, they didn't get one.
And impeachment. That feels like a long time ago.
196 to nothing. Not one Republican. I don't think it's ever happened. The Republicans stuck together. And they stuck together in the Senate 52 to a half. A half. So, when you say that, yeah, I think it took a lot of, I see them going and saying about speed. Well, they probably illegally impeached me in the sense that if you look at the FBI today with what happened, the horrible things, nobody cares about that now because all they're thinking about is the virus, and that's okay with me. But you look at the report that came out from IG Horowitz.
So entertaining.
It's disgraceful what went on.
It's disgraceful.
It's a total disgrace. They got caught in the act. But you know what? We won't talk about that now. Did it divert my attention? I think I'm getting A+ for the way I handled myself.
Now he's going off.
Impeachment, okay? It was a hoax. But certainly, I guess I thought of it. And I think I probably acted. I don't think I would have done any better had I not been impeached, okay? And I think that's a great tribute to something. Maybe it's
Italy. Italy still hasn't slowed down. It has slowed down.
I don't think I would have acted any differently, or I don't think I would have acted any faster. But
Trump said the coronavirus was a hoax.
Their whole life, their whole being, their whole existence was to try and get me out of office any way they can, even if it was a phony deal.
How did they get on? How did they get on this? I missed it.
The FBI reports. Take a look at what the FBI did. Take a look at the people. Take a look at Comey's report. 78 pages of total kill. Take a look at that. Take a look at the report on McCabe. Just read it, and you'll see how horrible it was. And you know what? I don't think this country is going to take it. You want to know the truth?
A phone call you don't have time to make? Is there? How did it take you out of
What
the game?
guidance are you offering to Florida when it comes to?
Everyone in the media was saying it was just a flu. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, well, I'll be speaking. I'm going to be. In fact, he has a call in to me. We'll be speaking to. We'll be speaking to the governor, and
Many
we'll be
were.
speaking to him soon. But there's a case. We have 2 ships. There are people that are sick on the ship, and we don't want to be like they're going to be ghost ships. You know, people turn those ships away. There was a ship, as you know, in a certain part of Asia, and from port to port, nobody would take it. But in the meantime, you have people that are dying on the ship, or at least very sick, but they're dying on the ship. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna do what's right, not only for us, but for humanity. I mean, these are 2 big ships, and they have a lot of very sick people. And I'll be
I am
speaking
not
to-
right wing. I would
I'll be
say I'm
speaking
left
to the
wing.
governor. Let's do just a couple of more back here. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Ugh, it's almost winding down.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you could.
You ever run out of questions? You can. It's the most unbelievable thing.
Left of E. Warren.
But I have nothing else to do. So
I
you
am.
wanna
I think I am
speak
left
to
of,
the
of
woman? Shall we keep
Elizabeth
it going,
Warren.
John?
Yes.
I think so. Let's go.
For me, please. Andrew Cuomo today said that the system that we have regarding
Old school liberal? No.
ventilators, it's like being on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator plus FEMA. And then you just said tonight. They
You mean
shouldn't
he
be
was
doing
Progressive.
this.
I don't know. I don't know what I would say. Sometimes
Say
progressive,
exactly what it is.
leftist, socialist.
That when you have
All these things I sort of relate to, but not
it's like
not any
being
of them.
on eBay with 50 other states bidding on a ventilator.
Well, he
plus
shouldn't be
FEMA.
complaining because we gave him a lot of ventilators. And if you take a look at the chart, it's down. But I wish he got going a little bit sooner. But we gave him a lot of ventilators. And you know what? He has a lot of ventilators.
Even if I'm a
The
communist.
problem is with some
I
people.
don't know if I'm a communist. I wouldn't go that far.
It's never enough. Like they'll say, how's Trump doing? And you're a Democrat. Some of them said really good. I'll tell you, Gavin Newsom from California, who's doing a good job, by the way, and others said really good. But, you know, generally your natural reflex, how's Trump doing? You asked that question to a Democrat. Well,
It's a compilation of
We
left-wing
don't like
news and named it Sharon
Oh, really?
Rose.
You don't like
Whatever.
we're getting very high marks, but I'm not doing this for marks. I'm doing this to save lives. When John when John saw the numbers and when Jim saw those numbers, they're shocking numbers. You know, you're talking about deaths. Even at the low end, you were shocked when you see 100 and 120,000 and 200,000 people over potentially a very short period of time. I want to
And
save
that's a
lives.
lot.
I'm not doing this for any other reason. I want to save lives. But the governor of New York's gotten, I think maybe probably gotten more than anybody. He's gotten 4 hospitals. He's gotten 4 medical tents. He's gotten a ship, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before, other than Los Angeles, which has the twin.
Also now he's talking about Cuomo.
I mean, we've done a lot. But many ventilators were sent to New York.
Cuomo
And
says,
Mayor
yeah,
de
Cuomo's
Blasio,
really
I'm getting
complaining
along with Mayor
about
de Blasio great, and I think he's very happy with the job we're doing too. We're sending a lot of, actually Mayor de Blasio had an interesting request. He wanted people, and we're sending medical people. You know, a lot of the states aren't having a problem with ventilators, they're having a problem getting medical people. And we're sending a lot of people in, military, very talented people. Who didn't go? Go ahead, and then I'll do you second.
Your response
You
to that
mentioned
question
Gavin
was,
Newsom.
your response to that question earlier was that they shouldn't be doing that. If they need something, if they need them that
They shouldn't be
badly,
doing what?
They shouldn't be, the governor shouldn't be competing with each other.
No, they
over
shouldn't be
the-
competing, and they should call us. Wait, no, I don't want them to compete, because all they're gonna do is drive up the price. I don't want them to compete. They should be calling us, and we can work it so they get the ventilators and they get shipped directly. If they're competing, if they're calling, even if there's only 2
I
of
do
them
drink my
calling,
coffee plain
they're gonna
black,
just
yes,
drive up the
usually.
price, 'cause as nice as some of the people that do ventilators, they do want to make money.
I like cream of sugar sometimes,
Now,
but
you know, New York had a chance to
I'll
buy
drink it anyway.
16,000 ventilators. I guess they didn't take that option. That was in 2016. And that's a hard option to take.
Ironic that
because
they're
it's a lot of money.
battling
Who would
over
ever think you
ventilators,
need
raising
16,000
the bid for product coming out of China. Yeah.
But this is a very unique time in life. And I think, you know, I'm dealing with New York, and we're having a very good relationship. And you see what just happened in Central Park with the tents. I mean, we're having a really good
Put sugar on
relationship. Go ahead, you didn't get one, and then we're going to
Thank you. Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom and the job that
Yes.
he's doing.
I'm interested in what you think California has done to contribute to the suppression of the curve.
Well, they've done a good job, California. Now, let's see what happens, because we could have a spike, doctors. I mean, you don't know. They could have a spike where all of a sudden it spikes upward. We had a couple like Louisiana.
We're doing okay.
I think they're
We're
doing
doing
a really
okay.
good job, but they had
I think we're doing pretty good.
nothing. Now they had Mardi Gras, and then all of a sudden after Mardi Gras, which tells you about distancing, I guess. I mean, it's an example of what could happen, but they were like flawless. I was always surprised. I was looking at Louisiana, and I
they should just
understand that
isolate the
state.
old
I love that
people.
state. And I'm saying they're in great shape. Then they had
And
Mardi
let
Gras. It was
the
a
rest
big
of us get the
success, tremendous
virus.
success, and then all of a sudden, it went like a rocket ship. So that tells
0.2%
you
will
about
die, but it will
distancing,
end this
please.
thing quickly.
Are you concerned, though, about
I think you could be right,
how
honestly.
California, because I know California officials think that it can spread like wildfire.
You just need better.
Legislators
You just
say
need better
that
testing.
There's a homelessness crisis in California.
Oh,
They're
God.
obviously concerned that it
No.
can spread like wildfire in that community. So is there anything the administration?
Well, they're
is
looking
doing?
at that very strongly, and I know that it bothers Gavin. I don't know if it bothers Nancy Pelosi, but she's got it in her district at a very high level.
Oh, my
They have to be very
God.
careful. They have a very big homeless population in an area which just a few years ago didn't have anybody in those areas, and they're living in the streets. And
Need a
they're-
national
I
lockdown
know
and be
that
done
some
with it.
people in California are working on that very hard.
Mr. President, you spoke several times with Prime Minister Trudeau, President Macron, and at the end of last week, President Macron talked about an important initiative that you and him would launch. Any news on that?
No, we're talking about something that will be very positive for the world if we do it. We'll see if we do it or not.
would it
Well, I
take?
don't want to talk. It's a private thing, but it will become public if we decide to do it.
Well,
but
folks
positive.
that work
Our
for the country,
relationship
let them
with the
die.
president,
No,
our
he's saying that
relationship
we-
with France.
He's saying that we protect the old people. We let the young people out, protect the old people. You need a lot of
To your
testing to
comments
do
about
that,
what
though.
could have happened and the actions that you took. Is there any fairness to the criticism that you may have lulled Americans into a false sense of security when you were saying things like it's going to go away?
Well, it is.
And that sort of thing. But
It's going away.
But when you were saying
it's going to go
is
away.
the
Hopefully
same
at the end of the
question.
month, and if not, it hopefully will be soon after that.
But hasn't
No, it
your
is going-
thinking on this
Jim,
evolved?
it is going away.
Hasn't your thinking on this evolved? You're taking it more seriously now.
I think from the beginning, my attitude was that we have to give this country. I know how bad it was. All you have to do is look at what was going on in China. It was devastation. And well, yeah, look at the numbers from China. Those initial numbers coming out from China. But
Gonna kick him out.
you know,
How
I read
young is
an
young?
article
Many in their
today, which
30s and
was very
40s are
interesting.
dying. How many, though? I don't think
They
many.
wish President
There are a few,
give more bad.
and they makes the news because it's
give bad
crazy.
news. It's not about bad news. I want to give people hope. I want to give people a feeling that we all have a chance. I mean, when you saw the numbers, and when John and all of you saw those numbers, and you were saying 120,000 people, you mean that's good? 100,000 dead people within a short period of time. I want to give people a feeling of hope. I could be very negative. I could say, wait a minute, those numbers are
Look at this.
terrible. This is going to be horrible. This is a horrible thing. Hey, Jim,
Last month and said, okay, let's go to the beach, let's go to the airport, let's go down to Mardi Gras.
well, there were a lot
Let's
of
go
people.
do
There
those
were a lot of
things.
people that could have said that. We didn't say that. Fortunately, I didn't say that, and that was an alternative. We talked about it. That was always an alternative. That's what I said. Let it rip. Let it ride. Do nothing, and we could have had 2.2 million dead people, more than that, because I didn't do that. And we did catch it early, and we stopped China really early, and we stopped Europe
Yes.
really early because I saw what was happening. What happened is I stopped Italy because Italy was really heavily infected. We started off with certain parts of Italy, then all of Italy, then we saw Spain. Then I said, stop Europe. Let's stop Europe. We have to stop them from coming here. Europe. I love Europe. But they were having problems. I don't think anybody did a better job than that, especially when you see the 2.2 million number. And I hope we're going to be substantially under the numbers that you're looking at on the minimum side. Then I think we will have, hey, look, it's still tremendous death.
You weren't just hoping that it would dissipate, that this would disappear.
I want to be positive. I don't want to be negative. I have to
Playing
become a
this
positive
accordion.
person.
13-year-old
Somebody said, oh,
just
I
got
wish you'd be
corona
more
in
negative. They literally
UK.
have that. It's in one of the
What do you mean?
wonderful newspapers today.
Head
I wish
K.
you'd be more negative. Well, this is really easy to be negative about.
Yeah,
But
I
want
hear
to give
you,
people
Henka
hope,
Dead.
too. You know, I'm a cheerleader for the country. We're going through the worst thing that the country's probably ever seen. Look, we had The Civil War, we lost 600,000 people, right? Here's the thing, had we not done anything, we would have lost many times that. But we did something, and so it's going to be hopefully way under that. But, you know, we lose more here potentially than you lose in world wars as a country. So there's nothing positive, there's nothing great about it, but I want to give people in this country hope. I think it's very important.
Was it going to be this severe when you were saying this was under
I
control?
thought it could be.
and-
I knew everything. I knew it could be horrible, and I knew it could be maybe good. Don't forget, at that time, people didn't know that much about it. Even the experts, we were talking about it. We didn't know where it was going. We saw China, but that was it. Maybe it would have stopped at China. We wish we could have killed it in China.
So
But it didn't
0.5%
happen. It started
under
spreading to
54.
Europe. It started spreading here. It started spreading all over. But, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that we have an incredible thing. I think the people, our professionals, our military, our governors, our politicians, I think they've done an incredible job. I mean, with few exceptions, I think they've done an incredible job. But I don't want to be a negative person. It'd be so much easier for me to come up and say, we have bad news. We're going to lose 220,000 people, and it's going to happen over the next few weeks. And with that, I did start off by saying today, long before this question, I said, this is going to be a rough 2 or 3 weeks. This is going to be one of the roughest 2 or 3 weeks we've ever had in our country. We're going to lose thousands of people.
Okay,
When I
literally
see
2 days ago,
28,
it was
29
like,
people from the governor
we're
of New
getting, we're
Jersey.
getting better.
29 people. When you see 173 people died in New York yesterday, or whatever the number was, I think it was more than that. When you see the kind of numbers that we're witnessing, we've never seen numbers like that. So it's easy to be negative. And then everybody can be negative. But I'm a cheerleader for our country. And I want them to do a great job. So the number can be kept. And I've always said it. I want as few a number of people to die as possible. And that's all we're working on.
You don't like the question, but are you now taking
I don't mind
responsibility?
the question.
Do you
I don't mind your
Are you-
question.
are
I
you
think
now
I think
taking
it's actually
responsibility for
I think
how things
it's
go
not
from
meant to
this
be.
point?
Look, I know you well enough, so it's not meant to be a fair question, but it is a fair question. I think we've done a fantastic job. Okay, fine. I'll accept your word. Look, Jim, I think we've done a great job. We're going to see how it comes out. But when you look at minimal numbers of 120,000 people, when you look at it could have been 2.2 million people died and more if we did nothing, if we just did nothing. It would have gone up and it would have come down. As per your statement, it would have been confined.
4%.
It would have been a similar time, maybe even less time. It would have been a violence like we've never seen in this country before. We had great professionals, great military, really great governors and politicians. I cannot say enough about what's going on. And as per what you said, I think we're way ahead of schedule in terms of numbers. I hope. But if we can keep it under the minimum numbers, the country has done, not me, the country has done a great job. But I think I've done a really good job of mobilizing. I think Mike Pence has been fantastic. I put him in charge of the task
he's not.
force. We have wonderful people on the task force, Jim. Wonderful people.
He's
This
just one of these people
was
who you
working
cannot.
literally. He had days he didn't go to bed.
He'll
he
never
didn't go to
say
sleep,
anything.
he cold.
He'll
He
never
worked
say
24 hours
anything.
and then started the next day. People
Accountable.
don't know the job he did. I didn't even know he was that good of a manager, to be honest with you, Mike, okay? And you know, you never know that about somebody until they're tested under fire. But he saw it very early also. We both did. They saw it very early. They knew pretty soon. They probably knew sooner than anybody because that's what they study. That's what they do. Must be a depressing business, right? Must be a little bit depressing. But they've seen it all. Go ahead, Jim.
Can I ask Dr. Fauci a question about a headline that's been running all day to get his perspective on it? There is a professor from MIT, Dr. Fauci, who suggests that coronavirus can be carried on droplets a distance of 27 feet. Do you buy into that? And if that might be the case, does that suggest that current social distancing guidelines may need to be extended?
This could really be terribly misleading, John. What it was looking at the distance that droplets fly by coughing, by sneezing. So if you go way back and go, achoo, and go like that, you might get 27 feet. But so when you see somebody do that, get out of the way.
There are some people
But
that
that's
can do
not
it.
practical.
I know people that can do
That
it.
is not practical, John. I'm sorry, but I was disturbed by that report because that's misleading. That means that all of a
What's
sudden
this
the
report?
6-foot thing doesn't work. That is a very, very robust, vigorous achoo sneeze. That's what that is. And that's not what we're talking about.
You want to keep going? One more, I have one more.
All right, go ahead. How about over?
I've got a follow-up
This-
on the
this
mask.
right
sir.
here.
First, you mentioned Franklin Graham earlier,
Yes.
talking to him. As you know, his father, Billy Graham, was a trusted spiritual advisor and friend to many presidents. A lot of your predecessors in times of national emergency reached out to pastors and other spiritual counselors. Have you done that during this national emergency?
Well, I never say that, but Franklin Graham is somebody that's very special. I have many very special people, and very many special in the evangelical Christian community.
This is the report right here.
You can talk rabbis, you can talk a lot of, I have tremendous support from religious leaders. And Franklin Graham, I just spoke to him today for an extended period of time. I told him what a fantastic job you're doing. And he does this. He loves doing it. He loves helping people. And he loves Jesus. That I can tell you. He loves Jesus. He's a great gentleman. Go ahead.
On the masks, sir. On the mask, maybe for the doctors.
The what?
On the masks, is the reason why there's no CDC recommendation for the public to wear masks because they're meant to save and preserve the masks for the medical workers, or is it because the virus is not primarily transmitted through the air?
It is primarily.
There was a
isn't it?
CDC does have recommendations on their website about masks that came to the task force several weeks ago about if you're infected, wearing a mask to protect others, and if you're working with someone who's sick and you have to be that worker in the household, because remember, we want people in the household being taken care of, that they should wear a mask. I know your question is broader than that, and it's just being considered by the task force now about whether that recommendation that already exists relevant to wearing masks.
They might change it
in any way. So it's still under discussion.
Better get a.
And just about masks, you can get a mask, but you can also
Get in on mask
most
stocks
people
right
have
now.
Scarves, and scarves are very good, and they can use a scarf. And we're only talking about a limited period of time, and it says in the recommendations you can substitute a scarf for a
South
mask.
Korea recommends
People
masks.
feel that, and I think some people
I
disagree
might-
with a mask for.
I don't
various
know. I don't
reasons.
know about a
Some
mask. It
people
feels
don't.
weird.
But you can wear a scarf. You can do the masks if it makes you.
Not
feel
gonna
better.
lie.
We have no objection to it, and some people recommend it.
I have a mask. I haven't worn it.
Let's go back
Thanks,
to
Mr.
the
President.
You people never get tired. Look at you. And there's still good questions, actually.
Mr. President, again, I'm looking at the cases around the world in Latin America and the Middle East, and
Yeah.
still you don't want to impose a travel ban for these areas. In Brazil, for instance, the President Bolsonaro, he keeps on being very active with groups. Aren't you afraid that what we're doing here can be
You
threatened?
mean
by
you
what-
people? You mean you people?
Not here, but I mean the United States.
I mean, you're pretty spread out already. I don't know if anymore.
But you
I don't think
understand
we'll
what-
have press conferences anymore. But
I understand what
look,
you understand what
we're very careful. I'm very careful personally, and
But the travel ban, I mean, aren't you afraid?
we are looking at numerous countries as they get in a position. Brazil, as an example, you mentioned the president. Brazil had no problem until just a short time ago. And now they're starting to get inflamed. And yes, we are absolutely looking at a ban. There are two other countries you mentioned. Iran already has a ban. They had sort of an automatic ban.
We
In
need
addition to that,
burkas. Okay.
they have a ban. So we're looking at certain countries as they become hot.
And from Europe.
Mr. President, you're starting a new 30 days now. What are your plans? Are you going to stay in the White House? Are
I'll
you
go
going
to
to
the White
travel at
House.
all, or you shelter
I
in
doubt
place?
I'll leave. I wanted to go to the opening of the.
Masks can become normal. You think masks will become normal?
And my people couldn't even believe it that I said it, but I did.
I don't
wanted
think-
to go.
I don't think
wanted
masks
to
will
do
become
it.
normal.
The Secret Service didn't want me to do it for.
It's too big of a
I wanted
change.
to go to the boat sailing into New York Harbor, but the governor did a good job of that, and the mayor of New York. So I'd love to go out, but now I'll be in the White House, and it's sort of like a nerve center, control center. And I think it's important, look, you see what
Safety
happened with Boris
goggles.
Johnson, you see what happened with others. I think it's important that.
I think you'll see
we remain
more
healthy.
masks.
I really do.
There will be like mask people
So,
who just wear
for the
masks
most
all the
part,
time, but I don't think it'll
we're
be
staying
normal.
here. I've canceled many different events, and we'll be staying here for the most part.
Mr. President, Tom Frieden, the former director of the CDC,
Mine's white. I don't have a
wrote
blue
an
one.
article the other day in which he said what's really needed here, and he understands the work that the task force is doing, is an incident commander to really take command of where everything is going and how things are being coordinated.
We have it.
What's the surgical mask? They're blue.
We have it.
Mine's white.
He's the administrator of
I have a N95. Like, I don't have a surgical mask. I have this.
the National Response Center at FEMA, and now
This is.
tell you,
Oh, this is mine.
Coronavirus Task Force meets. I'm at one end of the table, and Pete Gaynor and the whole FEMA
That's
team
me.
are by video conference.
Imagine me a mask model.
And
What,
that's where
what makes a mask model?
that's literally bringing in millions of medical supplies from around the world. Thoughtful deployment of those supplies to hospitals, particularly with regard to ventilators.
Please.
We're working very closely. HHS is fully integrated at FEMA now.
Okay. I'm from Europe, and a lot of people here saying.
Decision to stand up.
A lot of people say here wearing a scarf is useless because it doesn't stop the virus from coming and going, and humidity can stay in a scarf. Therefore, it's a good place for bacteria. I think it's probably better than nothing. No? Probably better than nothing. Look. CDC. Oh, yeah, see? Here's a news story. The CDC weighs advising everyone to wear a mask. I mean, that'd be pretty wild. My victim is trying to avoid escaping the dungeon, right?
The new Abbott testing facility, or testing system. If there were an incident commander who was...
Boring question. Who cares?
Brought to life 2 weeks ago. They just came up with it.
That's right.
It was an invention that was just, so nobody knew about it. Nobody knew you could even do it. They did an incredible job. Their scientists came up with the idea a week and a half ago. I showed it to you yesterday in a box. I don't think you can do much better than that.
Mr. President, I think your point's well taken. The Abbott Laboratories point of contact test was approved Friday. The President announced it in the Rose Garden on Sunday. We're socializing that all across the country to every governor, to laboratories.
Yo, Icicle Japan, what's up?
And I have to tell you, that this team that the President has assembled, the advisors on the White House Coronavirus Task Force, and then this team
What's going
at
on?
FEMA, whether it be HHS Deputy Secretary Bob Cadlick, who's
Thanks,
coordinating all
Icicle.
supplies.
Appreciate it. Sort of
whether it be
cloudy out here.
Law, who is literally
Honest.
working with every state on a county-by-county basis to deploy tests.
WHO and CDC have repeatedly said that ordinary citizens do not need to wear masks unless they are sick and coughing, but those official guidelines may be shifting. President Trump was asked whether Americans should wear non-medical masks. That's certainly something we could discuss, he said. It could be something like that for a limited period of time. Dr. Robert Redfield confirmed in an interview that the agency was reviewing its guidelines on who should wear masks, citing new data that shows high rates of transmission from people who are infected but show no symptoms. He said the guidance on mask wearing was, quote, being critically re-reviewed to see if there's potential and additional value for individuals that are infected or individuals that may be asymptomatically affected. The coronavirus is probably 3 times as infectious as the flu. Some people are infected and transmitting the virus probably as long as 2 days before showing any symptoms, he said. Okay. He said the CDC's review of mask wearing for public stemmed from a request by the White House Coronavirus Task Force.
I've had, in the last less than a week, 3 governors call up that truly have disliked me over the years, even before I decided to run for president. And they said, I have to tell you, you've done a great job. You and your team have done a great job. These are 3 governors, respected, very respected in
who?
2 cases.
Names.
And they said, like or not like, you and your team have done an incredible job. And I think they have. I think they've done an incredible job. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, thanks so much. My first question is on modeling. Was there any kind of White House modeling based on whether or not there would be a national lockdown or some sort of guidance to every single state that they needed to have lockdowns?
So all of the modelers who presented I just want to thank them again, because they assembled from around the globe very quickly about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Incredible job.
Before we announced
Amazing job. Incredible job.
To show all the implications of closing the schools, having people stay in their homes, and that's how it was modeled. Stay in your homes, social distancing of 6 feet. So no one actually termed it a lockdown, as far as I remember. It was more about staying in your home. And I think the difference was, and these weren't in the models, and I think when you talk about could we have known something different, I think all of us, I was overseas when this happened in Africa, and I think when you looked at the China data originally and you said, oh, well, there's 80 million people or 20 million people in Wuhan and 80 million people in Hubei.
Virus will end quicker
and they
than
come
most.
Up with
Why
a
do you say
number
that?
of 50,000. You start thinking of this more like SARS than you do this kind of global pandemic. I'll just be frank. That's when I looked at it, I was like, oh, well, this is not, if as close as those quarters are, So I think the medical community interpreted the Chinese data as that this was serious, but smaller than anyone expected, because I think probably we were missing a significant amount of the data now that when we see what happened to Italy and we see what happened to Spain. And so what was modeled is not a lockdown. 2 countries did remove people from homes that were positive and put them in separate spaces. That also wasn't modeled, but it could be modeled. And so we could go back and ask the modelers about lockdown versus not lockdown, but what they modeled was people staying.
Is this muted?
What I was asking is, for best case scenario, since it says best case scenario is 100,000 people, I know you're trying
Someone
to...
just emailed and said that this is muted.
But best case scenario, every state basically having lockdown.
I don't know. I don't know why this person...
But basically everyone's staying in their homes.
I don't know why this person said.
And if that's true, why not tell every state to do that?
It's everybody social distancing by 6 feet when they're outside.
Okay.
And
He needs to refresh.
Probably
all right, if you're listening,
absolutely the key.
I think you're
more
wrong.
than anything else.
Maybe it was an old
if you're
email.
If you're never within 6 feet of any single individual, then you've controlled the virus. There are different methods to get you to that point. And I think what I've heard from our president and our vice president is they trust the American people to understand that they can be outside, take walks, be 6 feet away from anyone else, and be in their homes. We trust them to do that without having to lock down.
And then, Mr. President, a question on
I
ventilators.
just want to add, I think the one thing nobody really knew about this virus was how contagious it was. It's so incredibly contagious, and nobody knew that. This is like, I don't know that anybody's ever seen anything like this. Normally you'd have to get close and touch. And
I've heard a little bit about the India.
This is just like...
I'll look up some photos, but it seems
truly
crazy.
Invisible and so contagious. And I don't think any doctor knew it at the time. I don't think anybody could have known it. People have not seen anything like this. Yeah, so
A question about ventilators. You talked about the fact that you don't want to see states bidding against each other. The governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, said that there should be a federal system where the federal government sets the price, the federal government distributes the ventilators. Why not have that kind of system? Why have this?
Well, essentially we do. We've distributed thousands of ventilators, and we have now thousands of ventilators, and we're buying them at a good price, and we're actually making them by the thousands. We're making
This is all
them.
the
You saw yesterday.
all the migrant workers going back. Jesus Christ!
Tremendous number. They're looking to make 100,000
Wow.
ventilators. Ford has been great. General Electric Healthcare has been great. General Motors has come a long way. I have to be honest. They're working very hard. We're making thousands and thousands of ventilators. You know, at the end of this, and there will be, don't say I'm optimistic, because I don't want to, I wouldn't want to do that.
They handle people
But I am
differently over there. Look
optimistic.
at that Monster
I'm a very
Energy
optimistic
drink.
person.
man.
Let me tell you, we will have thousands of ventilators, and what I want to do is make sure that we always have plenty for the future, but then we want to help Italy and France and other countries that you don't even know about yet with all of the problems they have, because ventilators are very tough to come by. They're very hard to make. They're very complicated. They're very expensive. Yeah, please.
Is Governor Cuomo mistaken?
You could go ahead. Go ahead.
Is Governor Cuomo mistaken when he's saying?
Well,
that
I
he
don't know.
wants
You know,
to
I
use
can't
those?
take your interpretation of what he said. I don't know what he said. I think he's been reasonably generous, considering he's a Democrat, and I think he'd like to run for president. I think he's been pretty generous under those circumstances. But he's been very generous to me. Look, I got him ships, I got him hospitals, I got him a lot of things.
Look at this.
He never thought
Crazy.
he had paid
Dude,
it.
imagine being
And I've been very
locked in
generous
that.
on ventilators. If you look, they had 2,000 and 4,000. They had thousands of ventilators in his
All the way
warehouse,
back
in
there.
their warehouse, waiting to be picked up. They never picked them up. So I'd have to hear it from him, face to face. Do you want to? And how about one more, and we'll see you tomorrow. Is that okay? Don't say that I cut it short. They'll say he. That's right. It could be almost tomorrow. But you know what? In the meantime, I'm sure people are enjoying it. No, I will say this. It's an incredibly dark topic, an incredibly horrible topic, and it's incredibly interesting. That's why everybody is. They're going crazy. They can't get enough of it, and they want to be careful. And I guess they're studying it for themselves. They're studying if they get it. A lot of people have it. A lot of people are positive, and they
Dude.
hope for the best.
So many people must be
Because
dying
this
just from
gets the wrong person,
being in
meaning
this
the
huge
person that
thing.
qualifies, generally speaking, under the list. It is ravaging. It is horrible. Go ahead. How about you?
Is there any data to suggest that you're going to see a second wave at the point at which?
Oh, this is
these
my question.
Stay-at-home orders, these lockdowns.
Well, if we do see a second wave, because I've heard Dr. Fauci answer this question, if we do, we're going to be, I think, very well prepared. And the second wave won't be like the first wave. And with that, I better let him give you a little bit more to that answer, because I don't want to have him upset with me and say, I wish you would have answered that question.
why a lockdown is a bad idea. Right.
So, when you talk about second wave, I think you really are talking about two different things that are a little bit different. So, for example, after the 30 days, if we get the mitigation that we hope will get us to the suppression that Dr. Birx was talking about, there's a danger if we don't continue to maintain that we have a resurgence right within the current outbreak. That's sort of a second wave, but it really is an exacerbation of the current wave. We hope that doesn't happen, and that's why we're really pushing, and why I was so emphatic about making sure we abide by those mitigation strategies. The other aspect of a second wave is something that's just
Right,
the
they
nature
can't use
of a
a-
virus that's, as the president said, highly transmissible, and is going to be circulating in other parts of the world as we're going down, which I think we will, and I feel certain that we will. Then we have to worry about the next season. And as was just mentioned,
I've played Overwatch,
that's where
yeah.
you use the
Not a huge
experience that
fan,
you have,
honestly.
the interventions that you've developed, and hopefully
I want to play some more Escape from Tarkov after this. I read up on it.
We can. That's that second wave that really is more seasonal than an exacerbation
I'm into
of
that
something
game.
that you pull back on.
Dr. Fauci, can I ask
And
you
a lot of very
mortality
positive
rate?
things are happening with the therapeutics and drugs
Yeah.
of different kinds and the vaccines. I think a lot of very positive
Hunted the
things are
showdown? I
happening.
heard that,
Okay, one
too.
more. Please, go ahead.
So under some of the worst case scenarios, there is a real scarcity problem. If you've given out, say, 7,000 ventilators and we've got 10,000 around. So I'm just curious, who signs off on those life and death decisions before GM and Ford ramp up?
Well, I would
Who's gonna-
say
who's gonna sign
Mike
off on that?
Pence, myself, the head of FEMA, some of our generals.
I heard
are working
Hunted
on
the
doing
Showdown is
unbelievable-
good,
we
but-
have generals that are unbelievable
Tarkov.
talents, unbelievable leaders.
I
And
got
we'll
it.
go through one of
I
three
played
or
a few
four
more
people.
games.
If it comes down to that, and I hope it doesn't come down to that, because I think we're very well equipped. And it's an honor to be here tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate your interest. I think there is a great interest in it. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? How do you guys think Trump is handling this? I'm curious. Do you think he's dealing a bad? How do you think Trump's dealing? 2 out of 10? If he were CEO, he would be fired. The last 2 weeks, he got much better. 7 out of 10. Tarkov is made by the people who made Stalker? I didn't know that. Really? I think he's just letting the experts handle it, and he's just speaking what he's told. Similar as most other Western countries, maybe 5 out of 10. Yeah. 0 out of 10 before these 2 weeks, 8 out of 10 now. He definitely is getting a lot better. I think that he's started to listen to the medical people. I think it finally got to him. I think it finally got to him that like this tons of people are going to die, and if he's out here all the time just being like, we're doing a great job, things are turning around, as things get worse and worse, he's going to look more and more out of touch. He can't just say that. That's what he is listening to the experts. He went to some hospital nearby. I mean, that's the other possibility, right? Like, I feel like maybe he went to the hospital in Elmhurst, which is in Queens. I've been to that hospital, and it is near where he grew up in, like, Jamaica or whatever. And maybe he just went and saw the chaos, saw the morgue, saw hundreds of people, you know, in ICUs, and the reality of it struck. And also, you know, one of his friends is in a coma, he says. He keeps referencing his friend who's in a coma. Like, has anybody heard about that? Who's his friend in a coma? President Trump shaken by scenes from New York hospital. I think he didn't believe China with the numbers. I don't know. Why is this not working? I mean, this could also all just be bullshit, and he basically, what I saw somebody on Twitter say was that at the first he was just trying to make himself look good, hype up his response, and now he's turned to basically the opposite, where he's saying this is horrible, in order to, you know, boost his own image, and then also set expectations so that when things don't get as bad as 100,000, then he'll come out looking good, you know? Let's watch the cruise video? Alright, put it in here. Better be good. This is you? This isn't you. What is this? It's the one trapped in the 80s. Okay. You went on this cruise? Dude, you definitely have coronavirus. Was this was this worth it? Steve Whiteman from Kicks? Okay. I don't know who any of these people are. Crocus? Is that a real thing? Lizzie Borden? Alright, yeah, I don't believe. I mean, I'm glad that you had a good time. Where are you in this? This was pre-corona. How long was it? I want to see the food. That's all I care about. This is like, they're gonna show this, they'll be like, this was the last carefree days of the American Empire. Before the fall. Yeah, Rome. This is like the Bacchanalia. Little did they know. I love Iron Maiden, I do. This was the last cruise ever made. All of these people are dead. We were so happy! We were so happy! We'll never see anything like this. This is not social distancing right here. This is the opposite. I beg to differ. Half of these people are dead. Alright, well, cool, man. I'm glad you had fun. What did you eat? Was the food good? I love a cruise. Honestly, I've only been on one cruise, but... You're already booked for next year? I wonder how much a cruise costs now. How much do you think it costs to go on the Princess Cruise? Are they... Oh, you're not going for 60 days. Never mind. Are any cruise lines going? Let's see. I would go on a cruise now. I don't think it's that much worse than just walking around. I don't know. Oh look, they don't even have cruise deals anymore. Can't even get a cruise. Can you? Let's see, cruise deals. Come on, there must be cruises still going on. Oh. All right, let's see. We'll go to Mexico. Let's try next. We'll go next week. Friday. Look, I guess they're all canceled. The only ones now are going in June. Dude, look at this. $169. What? Come on. Seriously? For a 4-day cruise? I mean, it probably won't go. So for a 4-day cruise for 2 people, it's $489. That's a good deal. That's like food included. Do it. No, I think Lauren would kill me. I mean, that's a great deal. $489 for 4-night cruise. I wonder how long like a week long is. All you can eat, probably 7 nights for $484. Save 80%. Oh my god. This makes me want to go on a cruise. I love a cruise. Cruises are just like so dumb. You just sit there, drink, eat, read, walk around. You don't have to think about anything. But all you could eat, you could probably end up coming out ahead at that price. Right. Seriously. Which one? 79? 484 per person. For 7 nights. Oh look, you can get 394. It's a sale right now. Why? What cruises do you like to do? Oh, you like to... Wait, was Withy, you were the one who went on the metal cruise? You like to, what? Go to aging rock shows? $7 for 2 people, $1,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. $500 a piece. $500 a piece for a 7-night cruise. You do rock cruises only. Okay. How many rock cruises have you done? My life goal would be to explore Antarctica. Cheaper than a hotel. Yeah, this is cheaper than a hotel. And you get food, and you get entertainment. Pretty good. Alright. I've tried, honestly, when it first happened, I tried to convince Lauren. I was like, we should book a cruise right now and go, because it's going to be really cheap, but she was not into it. Okay. I'm going to play a little, I'm going to play a little Tarkov. Tell her the boat is safer than America. That's what I was trying to tell her. She didn't buy it, though. She did not buy it. I was like, it's probably the same as just walking around in the US. The only thing is if it happens and you get trapped, which is... It's worse? Why is it worse?
Over the mountain tonight. My turn to turn in just when the weather's getting nice.
The list of most infected corona countries. And? Oh. And individual cruise ships are listed high on that list. That was back in the day. That was back when nobody was testing, you know? I don't think they're high on the list anymore. First of all, there aren't any cruise ships going, but turn off the mute. One is still like top 30. I don't know. I remember I went on a cruise once and it was just like super fun because I was like 19 and okay, I gotta buy some stuff. I was 17 or no, I was like 19, and you couldn't drink in America, obviously, but on the cruise ship, you could, and I just got really drunk every night. I was with my parents, and I don't know, I shared a room with our family friend. Our family friends were on there too, and they had a kid my age, and so we shared a room, so we would just go out and get drunk every night and hide from our parents. And I just remember like him like falling down the stairs. We went up, there was like this smokestacks above, you know, like the smokestacks, and there was this incredible, we stood in the middle of it, it was like this incredible wind tunnel all the time, and so we would just go up there, we'd get drunk, we'd go up there and just like, you know, like, be like blown back by the wind tunnel in the dark. Okay. So I need to buy a gun. Let's go buy this cheap-ass gun. I was reading up on how to play this game. And basically the point of it is you go on these raids. You go on these raids, and each raid is, you go to a different map, and there's a mix of real people and NPCs, and you want to go and basically find a bunch of loot by killing people or by finding it on the ground, and then you want to extract it. You want to survive until you can reach one of these extraction points, bring back all the loot, and then you sell it to all these vendors, and then you can gradually make enough money that you can get like a really good kit. And because I don't have anything now, but you can get so much stuff, and you can add so much. You just well, I'm sorry. It is hard, yeah. Alright, good night, Henkadang. Thanks for coming. It's hard. I'm just figuring it out. That's the music now. I never know my level. I never know my music. I need to figure that out sometime. I need to do a set or something. But yeah, I'm just gonna get this. I'm just gonna get this basic ass gun. Did I get this one? That's 7,000. Just get this gun. And so I watched a video where they were like, what you should do is just go in as your character with a pistol, the least thing, because if you die, you lose all your stuff. And then you should just try to sneak around and get some stuff, and then slowly build it up. This is what I need. What do sparks do? I don't know. Does anybody know what sparks do? I don't really know. $762. God, I need to buy some. Level points. Hey, thank you. I should change my thingy to escape from Tarkov. Do you think that will give me more viewers, really? Alright. Professional. Okay, I'll do it. Might How do I give you more permissions? I wish I could give you more permissions. I don't know how to do it, though. It would help me.
So we got into our sleeping bags, and someone told a story.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Something dead and gory. There was heat from the fire, but I still froze when I saw the ghost. Oh, there was heat from the fire, but I still froze when I saw the ghost. Told the game we weren't welcome. The ghost made that clear. Stood by, stood by. Oh, but it was drawing near, and it lunged for our throats. Some packed our things, made tracks.
Training to
Did our
come and
footprints
escape
from
from
our flag? We were gone, but what was on the top of the mountain? The mountain top.
You guys like the uniforms?
We were gone, but what was on? Oh, the top of the mountain. The mountain.
Yeah, I gotta buy one of these. I'll buy three of these. Two of these. Oh no, I bought way too many. God damn it. Oh man, I put 20. Damn it. Okay, I need to find this ammo though. 7.62 by 25. That's it. I already have some of this. I actually don't really need any. I'll get 10. Nope. Nope what? You're partnered.
Dove into that
Sell
freezing
some of
sea with a parasite attached to me. I'd hope the salt below would give us what was right above. But league after
But yeah, I gotta get these magazines.
it yet remains.
A lot of inventory management in this game, so I don't know.
Kept it
I don't like it.
sustained.
A little tedious sometimes. But I'm in the mood for tedious. I'm in the mood for a complicated, immersive, tedious game right now. I need truly to just get everything. And then you can load this stuff in here. See? Yeah, I'm loading it in. That there, that pockets.
But we weren't welcome. The city made that clear.
Music's too loud.
By filling us with sailing.
How's this?
With a parasite attached to me. I'd hope the salt below would give us what was right above.
How's this? Is this okay? Test, test, test. Better? Okay, I got it here. Alright. I need to, yeah. I'm gonna figure out the right sound mix one of these days. I'm just so lazy about like all the annoying. Alright, so now I'm just gonna go into a raid and I'm gonna try to sneak around and get some loot, kill a few people, and then escape, and then I'll bring back my stuff, and I can sell it, and I can get new stuff. That's basically the point of the whole game. And they say to start with customs. I don't know why. This is the one that they were like, everybody should start at this. Alright. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about, like, this game sort of scratches a similar itch to me as Counter-Strike back in the day, I think. Being really repetitive, but difficult, first-person shooter, not story-based, and I don't know. Just seems like the right game to play. I just bought a Switch Lite, but gonna probably and Animal Crossing. Lauren wanted to play that, but I'll probably play it too. I'm excited to play Zelda finally. Yeah, I was watching some streamers, some aren't we lucky to be living in an age where we can play video games? If we didn't have them, we'd probably be going insane in our isolation. That's what I'm saying. This has rekindled my love of video games in a lot of ways because, yeah, I don't know. It's just a really good way to pass the time when you're alone, and I think I'm glad that I'm into video games and not sports, right? Because sports are shut down. Video games are going gangbusters. I wish I liked more games, not just Overwatch. You like Overwatch? What do you like about Overwatch? Trump's opinions on them have to change now. You think so? Somebody should ask him. They'd be like, Mr. Trump, you said that video games cause violence, but now that's the only thing keeping people from going insane inside. A lot of VR exercise games that are great. My favorite is Beat Saber. Do you have a VR? I was interested in getting a VR, but I need to not spend any more money right now. Yeah. I kind of want to get a Rift. It would be fun. I don't know. I just feel like it's such an ostentatious purchase right now when everybody's losing money and shit. I really want to play Half-Life Alyx. You have a Rift. What other games do you like, Icicle? I bet there are a lot of really interesting things going on, but yeah, I just don't have one. I saw a really cheap one for $100. I saw one for $150 on Craigslist. I almost bought it. I bet I could have gotten it down to $100. Okay. So now I'm up here. I basically just have to sneak around. I have to get to this extraction point. Find an extraction point. Dorms. ZB01. Okay. And sort of looking at this map. I'm sort of cheating. I have this map. We don't have maps in this, but I have a map up on my other monitor so I can see where I'm going. I'm gonna try to sneak across here, across this bridge. I don't know, can you swim here? I'm gonna go across here. How's the sound of... Oh shit. Oh my god! Dude, this is what happens over and over again. It's just so brutal. And there were two guys! Super kitted out. Oh wait, my screen is a little screwed up here. So yeah, this is just like, this has happened to me every single time. How's the sound on the game? Because the sound is very important on this. This is one of the coolest things about this game is the sound is just like incredibly detailed, and you can just hear, like, it makes it really scary. Like I could hear them coming before I saw them, you know? Very tense. But half the time you just come in, you get annihilated. So what I'm gonna do now, there's two things you can do in this game. You can either play as your mercenary, your main character, and I just did and got annihilated, or you can play as what's called a scav, which you're just sort of like dropping in as this like dude who goes around and kills people. And this is a good way apparently to earn loot because you get kitted out as a scav, and if you make it out as a scav with your stuff, you can keep it, and then you can use that for your main character. So I'm going to try to do this. You can do it once every 20 minutes or something, and they say that you should always be doing it because you get good stuff. So let's try this. I've never played as a scav before. But yeah, this game is just like, I'm excited about it because I can see it, just like PUBG. I think this is a game that, like, when you start out, it's just like impossible, incredibly frustrating, and then like you work your way up and you start to figure it out more, and you start to get good. And I like games that have that like super steep learning curve. You know, that's something that usually happens with like games like, you know, art strategy games or something, or role playing games. And I like that there are these shooters now that have a similar, really intense learning curve like that. That's not just about skill necessarily, but about like figuring out the systems, figuring out the way that things work. Why can't we just shoot? Well, yeah, it takes a long. One of the the downside of this game is that there's a lot of waiting around. It is sort of like, yeah, it is sort of like DayZ, but more arcade. I played DayZ a little bit, and DayZ, it's very similar. It's almost like they took a lot of what made DayZ good, and they've sort of condensed it and, yeah, made it more streamlined and more exciting. Almost like what, you know, I mean, didn't PUBG do the same thing, but in a different way? I mean, PUBG is like DayZ, but more arcade. This I think maintains more of the DayZ spirit, which DayZ is very slow. You feel like you're in this desolate wasteland, which I like a lot. I love that this has no... I think it's so cool that this has no heads-up display. I don't know. I've never played a game that... Like, it just adds so much that you have no heads-up display. Just, you're right in it. Feels very, very immersive. I feel like I could just play this for, like, hours every day. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll become an Escape from Tarkov streamer. I feel like I'd have to get on Twitch for this, though. I wish that I knew. Does anybody in chat play this game? Anybody in chat have a PC capable of running this game? Okay. So now I'm a scav. I'm just gonna try to run as fast as I can out of here. I'm not even gonna try to kill anybody. Whoop! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to look at my map. Shit, now I just signal to everybody where I am. They're gonna come for me. Keeper for Twitch mixer is kind of... Whoa! Or is that a fellow? I think that's another one of me. I don't think I can kill that guy over there. Our guy though. I think this is my buddy. Oh no, I killed him. Oh, there's a guy. I think I got him. Paul's over Mixer, right? I know. I think... Oh, you gotta be careful when you kill people, because people will camp the bodies. I killed 2 people. Let's loot it. Body armor, nice. Oh. I'm gonna put this body armor on. Why can't I put this on? Can I get the body armor? Oh, look. Nice. Leave game now and keep all this. I need to get to an extraction point. So if I can get to an extraction point, then I will be able to keep it all, which would be great. Oh, did I not kill this guy? Uh-oh. Really thought I killed that guy, but he disappeared. There's nobody in here. Whew, that scared me. Yeah, I think I might try, wow. I might try Twitch. I thought I killed this guy. Dang. I'm gonna get killed now. Alright, I gotta get out of here. I gotta find the... Woo! I'm not going that way. I gotta find my extraction point. Bar Factory Corner, Administrative Gate. Okay, I'm looking at my map now. Okay. Where am I, though? That looks like a factory. I think I'm heading in the right direction. I went across the bridge, right? I went across the water. Yeah. Okay. What is it? Okay. Well, maybe I'll try Twitch. Maybe I'll try Twitch. People keep telling me to do that. Would people get mad if I did, though? If I abandoned administration? I'm looking at... If you guys want to see the map, you can just Google Escape from Tarkov Customs map. Admin gate, right? They're both really far away. They're across the entire map. It's gonna be hard. Play Half-Life? What is she playing? Multiplayer Half-Life? She's playing, like, Deathmatch? I haven't played Half-Life Deathmatch in a long time. Alright, let's see. Where am I? What is this? Okay, I think I know where I am. I think I'm going the right way. I know. It would be a lot better if I had a duo. You know. I wish I had a friend who played this. But I don't know. If you guys know anybody, I'm down. I'm down for anybody. Maybe I'll just try to find somebody on like in one of these. Can't open it. In one of these Escape from Tarkov servers. Okay, train bridge. I see. I'm heading the right way. This is a sort of a dangerous spot, though. Way open. I basically have to keep going. Yeah, you can go prone. I'm scared. Ooh. I'm gonna go. Okay. If I go in here, I'm in the factory, and then I have to go to the far corner, and I'll get to the far factory corner, then I'll be able to get out. Oh, let's do this. Okay, that one. Or you want to learn some custom together? I'm level 37, 38. Are you actually? I just started. Can you teach me how to play? Alright. Well, let me see how I do on this one. That'd be cool. I need some help. 37, you're high. This game is fun, though. I mean, I really like the style. I can't get... Can't get over there, though. Trying to get to far factory corner. You'll die a lot. I've definitely noticed that. Well, yeah, if you protect me, I won't. How do I get over here? Can I? Oh. Can't. I'm just gonna have to go out here. Can you... I'm just gonna have to go out here. I don't know how I can get out there. I'm gonna go down the road. Seems dangerous down the road, though. Oh. Running out of... Cool. That sounds good. Tarkov is still in beta, yes. It's in pretty early beta, I think. But that's cool. I also like games that are... I like starting to play games when they're in beta because just the way that everything changes is interesting, you know? Cool. Okay, I'm going under the train bridge. Can you talk? What do you mean? Like, in-game, can you talk to each other? You have to be in proximity. Oh. Okay. So now I am gotta be in Discord. Oh, okay. You can't talk in the game? I need to get in there somehow. There's a gas station. Okay, I'm going the right way. No. How do I get past this roadblock? Is it possible? Uh-oh. This isn't good. Get this. It's better. No? I don't know. Which is better, body armor? Oh, helmet. That's cool. Oh, there, look at that. That's cool. Woo! Do I have ammo, though? I don't think I... Oh. Do I have ammo? Where'd the... Oh, there's the magazine. No space. What the heck am I doing? What am I doing here? What is my FOV? I don't know, it's just default. Did I change it? Oh god, I only have 9 minutes. I gotta go. Alright, well, you can help me with the settings when I'm just trying to get to Bar Factory Corner. Not too far. Oh, I'll go to admin gate, I guess. I can do that. How do you... What's the thing where you can check to see if you have ammo? There's some hotkey for that, you know? Like, you check your... I just can't tell if I have ammo or not. Mine is T. I have a flashlight on this. Alt Y. Alt T, that's it. There you go, about half. Okay, so I have some ammo. That's good. I think I have to go in here. Wait. No, I just have to go around here. Around this checkpoint. how do I get past here though? Where's the bad guys? I don't know. I'm glad that I haven't found any, honestly. Why isn't my... Where'd my pouch go? Oh, wait, I'm a scat. Duh. Okay. How do I get past this? I gotta go up here, I think. I don't have a lot of time. I gotta go to the admin gate. I'm close, but I don't really know how to get there. Can I go into the factory here? Down the hill? Okay. Oh, in here? Oh, that's it. Woo! Nice. This is my first time I ever made it to be extracted. Hell yeah. Okay, so now I got all this gear, which is cool. I didn't. I made it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I made it to the extraction point, so then I got to get out, and then I got to keep all this gear, all this sweet gear that I need. That's the first time I made it. GG. All right, you want to play Battling Box? How do I pair up with you? I should probably like sell some of my stuff though, right? Sure. All right. All right, I'm in. I'm in your Discord. Join the Tarkov channel. Okay. Hey. What's up? Huh? Okay. Be done soon. Join the Tarkov channel. Okay. I'm in. Yo.
Cool. What's going on?
Nothing. How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Let's mute this. There we go. So on your stream.
Yep.
It's very, very zoomed in.
Okay.
If you go down the settings cogs down the right-hand corner, go to. Let me get this up on mine. you go to graphics.
Yep.
Have a look at screen resolution. What's that on?
2560 by 1440.
Okay, because it's not fitting the whole screen.
16 by 9. Okay. What's yours at?
Well, mine's on 1920 times 1080, 16.99, 16.9.
Maybe I have. Oh, you know what? I think I just have the. I think it's just my OBS. Hold on.
Oh right, yeah. Could be.
I think that's what it.
It's just on your on your stream, the whole screen, you know.
Yep. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's just my OBS.
Gotcha.
Now it should be right. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. So I got all that gear.
Mm-hmm.
Am I supposed
Okay. Right, okay, you're level 4. Okay.
Yeah. Should I sell any of this, or should I just use this for my next? Got this assault rifle.
Well, you can use it. You can use it. The first thing, if you go back to settings a minute, if you press that cog in the bottom right hand corner, go to graphics. Okay, right, that's fine. That's fine. Shadow quality, I would turn that to low. It's just so the dark corners ain't like really dark for you, because everybody else will have that on low. And then everything else, that HBAO, I've got mine off, because that'll just use more of your processor. So having that off will run you more frames in the game.
Cool.
Sharpness is fine. That's fine. And then untick at the bottom, the Z blur, untick that. The chrome, untick that. The noise, untick that. And the VSync at the top, untick that. And now hit save.
All right.
That'll just give you more frames.
Cool.
But yeah, when did you get the game today?
Yesterday was the first time I played.
Okay, cool.
But I'm really liking it. I mean, that was the first time I was able to actually extract anything. But it's just the atmosphere and everything is
very good game.
How long have you been playing?
Since the start of this patch, so not too long, but I've had the game over like 140 odd days, I think, something like that. Done over near 700 hours.
Wow.
So it's good. It's good. I don't quest a whole bunch, I must admit. Technically, for the time I've had the account, I should be like fucking 50 something.
Professionals.
But I don't quest a whole bunch, so. I just grind it out on PvP people and stuff. That's what I like.
So yeah, I mean, do you just use whatever you got usually to?
It's all trial and error, mate. You're gonna go through the game. You're gonna pick up so many guns, and you're gonna come across guys that have kitted out guns as well. So, and then you're gonna be like, oh, what's that? You know, and you're gonna try it, and you're gonna know if you're gonna like it or not. It's all trial and error. Like, I like certain guns, but you might not like the guns I like, you know? So it's literally all trial and error, dude.
Interesting. To get another bag.
What sort of guns do you think you like? AKs are cheap.
I mean, I like AK. I have an AK and I have this Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter, that's a very good weapon.
Yeah.
Especially for like a low level. I even use that sometimes now for like a budget run. But yeah, because you can basically 2-tap people in the chest with that. Even if they are got like real good armor on.
I mean, I like AK, I like, you know, mid-range rifles and stuff. Oops. And so how do I join you?
Okay, so what we'll do now is
Oh, wait,
I'll add you as a friend on Discord. Not on Discord, on the actual game. What's your name in game?
Adrian802.
Exactly the same. Oh, is it your stream name or not?
It's Adrian802.
802, okay. Adrian802.
Okay, this is yeah. Oh, did you add me?
I'm just doing it now, dude.
Buy these.
It's just searching for it. Is it your your mixer name with 802 on the end?
Yeah. No, it's just Adrian. Adrian, Adrian.
Okay. Okay, it's just doing a stupid spinny wheel. If you go to messages, down the bottom right hand corner there, you go to messages and then click on friends. Yeah, and then type in battle inbox BATTLINGBOX. See if it's done. Does it find? Yeah.
Yeah, I just had you.
Yeah, see, mine wouldn't find you. It was just doing a spinny thing. I might need to restart the game.
And all this ammo. I'm just gonna post you a link in your channel there. This is an ammo sheet for the best ammo for each and every gun in the game. Oh, cool.
It might be worth saving it as a bookmark. So you've got it. It's from Pestilly, the Australian streamer, very well known on Tarkov.
Somebody told me to start watching his streams. Yeah.
So that's his ammo sheet for it. Just because obviously you could have the best gun in the game, but if you don't run the right ammo, you ain't gonna put nobody down with it. So.
AK. It seems
7.62 39. You're looking at BP ammo as the best ammo for that. But the PS ammo you've got underneath your little blocks of cheese there, that's good enough.
okay. I've had that. I put that in there.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. So I'm ready now.
Okay. The best bet is you to invite me to your servers. I guess you're in America.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do? So if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. So you want to run a customs?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
How does it work?
Yeah. So what you do is if you're ready and you've got everything done with your character, then you literally just obviously go into a game as if you're going to go into a game, press next, pick on the map customs. If we go 0853, click next, insure your gear if you're insuring it, and then click next and then hold in that lobby there, and then my name should pop up.
Yep.
And then you just right click my name and send invite. Yeah.
Right.
As soon as that comes through and I accept it, and then you'll see me and you in that group there, and then
cool.
You can hit ready.
Cool. Where are you? UK?
Yeah.
You guys under lockdown over there?
We sure are.
Sucks.
It does.
Sort of gave me get into this though. I don't think I would have. I didn't have a lot of time on my hands right now.
That's it. Okay, so do you know anything about this game or not?
I mean, I read a beginner's guide. I know about the basic premise. I don't know much about like strategy or, what to actually do. So I know that like we're just gonna go and try to get loot and then extract, right?
Yeah. Obviously, there is tasks you can do, and the tasks will give you a bunch of XP to help you level up as quick as possible. Because once you get to level 10, I think it is now, you can unlock the flea market, which allows you to use it. It's a bit like an eBay thing, where people put up weapons and everything in the game, and you can buy it, ammo and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I have to do the first 2 tasks for yeah, and also the therapist. Those are the 2 I have open.
So you need 3 Sawailers. If I find any, mate, I'll throw them for you, and you can put them in your backpack.
Cool.
I'll let you try and take out the scavs. If I see them, I'll point them out and tell you where they are.
Mm-hmm.
If I think it's a player and I've seen him, right, then I'll if I think he's seen us, then I'll try and take him out. But if not, I'll try and let you take him out.
Okay.
Right, you ready?
Yep. I'll just follow you.
Okay. Right, people spawn on the other side of this. So you run across this road.
I assume gear makes a big difference in this.
Oh yeah, massive. Yeah, massive. But at the moment, I'm trying out a gun that I used to use a little while back. So I just need to see how it works now against like the geared people.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a P90 in my hands.
That's what you're using?
Yeah. Right, people would have, where we are now, people spawn here. So they should have run across this bridge here. Right, we run across this, mate. There's somebody here, player.
He's shooting at you.
Yeah, I killed him.
Nice.
Right. I'm gonna take his loot. He's here. Loot him up. Double. If you get in the prone, lay down next to him so you're not just stood out like a sore thumb.
What's prone?
I don't know. Z, is it for you? I've got mine as double tap C, but
I don't know. I'll have to figure that out.
okay. Yeah, you loot him. I'll try and keep covered.
Have it.
Oh, you can take his. Yeah, you've got his gun.
Yeah. Did he have a backpack though? No.
He has. Yeah.
He does? Oh, there it is. Down here.
I don't know if it's any bigger than the one you've got though.
It is.
So what you can do now is, did you insure your kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could empty your backpack out into his, and then chuck your backpack by pressing delete. Should chuck
unequip.
Unequip your
Alright.
backpack,
Yeah.
and then put his on. And at least then on insurance, as long as nobody picks it up in game, you'll get it back.
Cool. Alright, I think I got everything.
Okay.
Is there any logic for what you put in your pouch?
In your pouch, you want to keep that for like items, like anything that you can put in there that you want to get out with, like before it, just in case you die. That's what I put in there.
now?
We could go in the dorms, but that's like a lot of people will be in there now. So I suggest we try and push gas station.
Okay.
I'll unlock some doors and get you to loot some safes. That's the plan.
How many people are usually in a map?
About 12. Like, he's to our right. I wouldn't worry about him yet. He's gone construction. Okay, moving on.
Ooh. Hard to tell who's on your team or not.
Yeah, I know. It will get very hard at some point. Like, just here, mate, is a stash, a hidden stash in the game right there, that little tin in the ground.
Huh? Okay.
You loot that. See your 2 mags in your backpack?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they need to be up in your scav vest. You will not be able to reload your gun with mags in your backpack.
Oh, okay.
It needs to come from like your scav backpack, scav vest or a chest rig or something. It won't pull them out your backpack. Put something back into that container, and then put your mags up. That's right. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Alright, move over. Right, we're gonna push up to this gas station. There could be people anywhere around here now, so we've got to be a bit. I'm just gonna try and get you like a lot of loot, hopefully. Somebody's been in here.
Lock the
You
door.
come in here. Yeah, there's a safe there on your left. You loot that, mate. Now, have you got a gamma where you can put money? Because you're going to find money and stuff.
I have an alpha.
So, yeah, so you need to take, you cheese out your alpha.
This.
Yeah, and then stack the money. The rubles can stack on each other. Yeah, and then you just put them in there. But if you've got rubles, stack the rubles on top of each other.
What's a GP?
A GP coin, yeah, they sell for about 25k.
Should I keep that in there too?
You want to put that in your gamma, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Take the splint out. Yeah. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
these cash registers here.
Mhm.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, yeah.
Nothing in
Somebody's
here.
out there. I just heard somebody on metal outside.
Really?
Yeah, he's out the front. No, close that door, dude. Come in here.
Oh, I thought you were out there.
No, I closed the door and come back in.
Oh. I heard it. I do hear him though.
Yeah. You loot the cash registers, mate. You loot that up and stack all the rubles on top of your thing. Just crouch when you're doing it. That's right, that's right. Got one.
There's no rubles in here.
Okay. Check them all.
Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna throw a grenade, don't be alarmed. Right, I just killed a player out the back there.
Mhm.
That was an actual PMC player. There's somebody else here kicking about there. You come in here, dude. Come to me. Come in this back room. Right, yeah. Just watch this door for me, alright? Just you keep your aim on that door, make sure nobody comes behind us. Right, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go out the front here.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna try and grab this guy's loot. Alright, what he had on him, he was trying to sneak up on us out the front there, I could see him, so I've put him down. I'm gonna go and try and loot his gear and bring it in here and chuck it on the floor and see what you want from it. He might have a better backpack or something. All right,
Okay.
if I die doing it, it's up to you whether or not you want to run the rescue. Whatever, if I die and you get my loot, you can keep it.
Okay.
Alright? Right, I'm gonna go try and get that loot. You just, whoever comes through this door will not be me. Alright?
Okay.
And I'll tell you when I'm coming back through back in here. Somebody's jumping, I don't know where he is. If anybody comes in that side that gas station, it's not me.
What do we have here?
Yep. You're not in here?
No, it's not me.
I think
Somebody
somebody's
there?
in here. Woo!
Is he dead?
He's dead.
Yeah, I tried to help you on when he was coming in. I tried to shoot him, but GG's.
Yep. That was him.
Right. Loot him up.
Not letting me. It's not letting me reload now though. It's weird. Oh, what? Look at my ammo. Oh, good gun.
You alright?
Yeah. What was that?
I don't know. That's me running at you now.
Okay.
Coming in.
Oops. Alright. Is
You really need to just be crouching when you're doing that.
Oh,
mate.
okay.
Somebody will just shoot your head clean off.
This MP.
Right, his armor.
Yeah.
His armor he's got on him, that is exactly the same as the armor as I've got on.
Yeah.
But I zeroed his because it's not worth taking because it's only got 19 points out of it, and
Okay.
that's crap. That's why he died so fast.
I see.
All right, come to me. I've got you a bigger backpack. Just leave everything else there. Just you come here a second. Right. Okay. So that's right. Inside that backpack, that's a bigger one than yours. Inside there, I've got you a rig.
Okay.
I've got your rig, another helmet, which is quite a good helmet for low level because it's cheap and it's a high ricochet chance. So if anybody shoots you in the head, you've got a very high chance of ricochet. Inside the rig itself is ammo. I've also got his gun that I can give you, which is I can't put it in that bag. So what I would suggest you do is inside that bag, search his MK rig, put the stuff out of your scav vest into that rig, chuck the scav vest on the floor, put that MK rig on.
Right. I have an MK rig actually.
Yeah, on?
Yeah, I switched it.
Oh, you switched it? Okay, okay. So if you want, I would take the VPC 101 mags out and put them into yours. Take that cellular that's in there because you need that for a quest.
Which one? This?
The red
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. You want to take that because then if you've got that, then you have got now 3 of them.
Yeah.
What you want to do, just throw it on the floor if you need for now because.
Throw this on the floor?
Throw whatever on the floor because that backpack, you're just about to throw that backpack on the floor.
Yeah.
Because all of this is inside a bigger backpack anyway.
Oh, okay. So I should put this.
So what you don't have you? Hang on, somebody's coming. Hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. Don't move. Do not move. Don't spin around. That's 2 people.
I spin around. They can hear me.
Yeah. This could be a hell of a fight here. They've stopped. Yeah, they can hear you even if you aim down your sight of a gun. It clicks. They can hear everything you do in the game, mate. If you turn round, if you... They're coming.
Uh-oh. Oh.
That's right. They're trying to listen. They know we're in here. They heard us.
Sorry, it takes me. I still haven't figured out the looting.
No. It's good. It's fine. Mate, honestly, it's a hard game to. It throws you in the deep end. See, when you aimed in like that, I heard that.
I didn't mean to do that. I was like, oh shit.
It's fine. Go in. Yeah, get in the main garage. They're gonna come through this door, I think. Just watch so they don't come through the front.
Yeah. I'm looking.
They're at the door.
The door where you're at? Oh, it opened. Oh, you came in.
Yeah.
Wait, is that you?
It's me.
You're inside.
Yeah, I'm inside,
Okay.
I'm inside.
Oh, it's him.
1 dead.
Should I go around?
2 dead.
Oh,
They're both
nice.
dead.
Nice.
Right, let's go back to doing what we were doing, shall we?
Yeah.
Alright, let's close that door.
Okay,
Right.
so I got this backpack, and I can what? Drop the.
So drop the
rig?
If you finish searching that MK rig,
Yeah.
you don't want anything else out of there, right? You get rid of it like that, right? You get it out. Now, that helmet, do you want that helmet? What helmet have you got on?
I've got, I don't know.
Okay, 6B. Is that insured?
Yeah.
Right, stand up. Yeah, just stand up. Come to me here. Walk into these drums where I was, and then throw it off. Throw it off and throw it down there. So go into your inventory.
Discard it. All right, it's down there.
Yeah. Now go into that backpack, and then put that one on.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And now I can put all my stuff in there, right?
Now put all your stuff in that backpack. Somebody else has come through the bushes. I can hear 'em. You just do that. Put all your stuff in that backpack, and then throw that backpack off, and then put that other backpack on.
How do I put this on?
Come out of that screen. So just look at the bag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then just press your mouse wheel down to take.
Oh, examine? So it only says examine. Oh, shit.
That's alright, just examine it.
Okay, take. Ah, there we go.
Somebody's outside, hang on. Somebody's coming around.
Come on, keep on dropping.
There's somebody else out there now.
Oh, Woo!
Dead.
Man.
Sorry, I should have let you kill him there, but I didn't know if you could see him there. I just don't want you to die. I'd love to get you out with some good loot.
Yeah, I have a lot of good stuff now.
Right. Okay. Let me check him, mate. I'll check him. You come here. I'll grab his gear, because if I die, then it's not such a biggie.
Alright.
Oh, by the way, I got you another gun as well. There's another Hunter Verpo right there.
Oh, nice.
On the floor. Yeah, that was a player scuff. That was. Okay. Right, he's got another backpack on him, right? So what you could do now to give yourself some backpacks, crouch, mate, crouch. Alright, cool, that's prone. Go up to him. Yes, it. Search him. Yeah, now go down to his backpack, scroll down to his backpack. And then search it. There shouldn't be anything in it.
Nope.
If there is, no. Now drag your backpack into his backpack. No, drag yours.
I did.
Yeah, into his.
Yep. And put it right on.
Now put his.
Okay.
His on your, yeah. Now you've got 2 backpacks to get out with. Right. There we go.
Nice.
He's got nothing else on him.
Okay.
This is how you start to stack up backpacks in your own stash when you get out of the game. So you don't have to buy them all the time. Yeah. Right.
Oops.
I'm just gonna be in here packing my mags back up a minute.
I should do that too.
If you've got no space in your chest rig, if there's no space, it will drop your mag on the floor.
Oh, that's why it's doing that.
Yeah, it needs a slot a whole 2 slot to go into, you know? Otherwise it drops them on the floor. But what we're going to do in a minute, we're going to try and run and start to get to extract now, alright? Because you're looted, you can't really pick up much more. You've got 2 guns, 2 backpacks, and the weight will start to pull you down. I'm just packing this mag. Sorry, these are 50 round mags. They take.
Oh yeah.
Click that light off, mate, because people will see that. You only want that when you're fighting somebody in a dark. Is that you?
There's somebody outside.
That wasn't you, was it?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not. Okay. Alright, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go out this back door.
Hmm?
And then we're gonna run. It's a bit open, but we just need to try and run because we're gonna be we'll get stuck in here if we don't run. All right.
Hmm.
Let me check. You stay there. Let me check. Okay. Yeah, come out. Ready? Come with me. We're gonna run. Ready?
All right, I'm running.
Whoa! On the hill. On the hill. I pulled left. To try and shoot him. Yeah, he's dead.
I got him. Yep.
Yeah. Alright, let's go. Yeah, come out onto the field. That's me, that's me.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh,
Follow me.
I
This
see.
is me. Yeah. Let's run past this body. Okay. Right. Might be some scabs here. I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
Oh!
Whoa, cover. He's dead. Jump up over the pipe. Yeah.
We're going to the extraction point now.
Down here, yeah.
That it?
Yep, this is it.
Nice. Nice.
Exit located. Let's get it, baby.
Hell yeah. Oh. Cool. Cool. Got a lot of stuff, huh?
It was a good run.
It is really hard, yeah. Oh, I guess got changed to 18 plus. Yes, Smitty, the game is very hard. Luckily, battling box here is showing me the ropes a bit. There's
His mate played it for like 10 minutes.
yeah, I saw that. I mean, it's you have to. I think the hard part is sort of all the systems, right? Like, and also
It's just no, mate. The thing is, it's like in no, I don't mean this in no funny way, but it's not a kid's game.
Mhm.
It's like there's no map, there's no crosshair. It's proper hardcore survival. Like you can go into a map with the best gear on, but all it takes, right, is one person to shoot you in the face with a pistol, and
Mhm.
you will die. And they might not have no loot, but now they just loot all yours. It's brutal, but it's so. I love it. I think it's so rewarding when you get those kills. You know.
Right. No, I think that's what I like about it. I mean, I've sort of worked my way down from, like PUBG, AZ, like just the fact that, every kill in PUBG is like very satisfying. This seems like that to the max, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is cool. So now I got all this stuff. NATO. Oh, and there's all sorts of like attachments What's your strategy in terms of like trading and?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, you usually just you usually just try to keep like a good arsenal and then sell everything else off.
So the thing is, at the moment, it depends on what you want to do. If you want a quest, then so those sellers that you've got on you,
Mhm.
those red med things, you need to hand them in. So you need to essentially get rid of those for the quest to earn XP. So if you go,
These, right? Oh yeah.
yeah. So if you go to therapist, it should say turn in. That's it. Yeah. Click on that, and then click all three of them.
Hmm?
Click each one or auto it, yeah, and then turn in.
Did it. Okay, so I just need to find 2 more.
You need to find 2 more.
Got it. Hold on, let me close the door. Okay.
So there's 5 in total in it that you have to hand to her.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you need to find 2 more in raid.
Right.
And then you can hand them into her, and then she'll give you a bunch of XP, and then you move on to the next quest, and then that's how you level up really quick.
Mhm.
So if you go to Prapper, what's Prapper's quest? I think his is like scav kills, isn't it?
Yeah, I have kill 5 scavs at customs and then 2 MP13 shotguns.
No, 3 shotguns. So you need the MP 1 something. I think
133. Yeah. So I need to kill 1 more scav and.
Okay.
And. Is there a way to organize all this stuff or? Move it all.
Just sort of like, you just move it all.
That's why whenever I'm watching people stream this, it's like half the time it seems like they're just moving things around in there.
Yeah.
So what do you so do you just do this over and over again?
So well, obviously questing, you do the quest, so you have to go to specific maps to do the certain quests, but then it's learning the maps where the extractions are. Obviously you can get up the wiki and have a look on there and find out where the extracts are.
I have one of the maps.
But and you basically do the quest, or you go in and PvP, and then as you level up and you buy bigger and better things, you get more money in the bank, and then you can buy like Gucci kit and go in PvP and then like kill other people and nick all their kit.
Cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Leveling up. And you level up your character too.
That's right, yeah.
Sort of like RPG.
Yeah.
No, this. I really like it when there's all these shooters now where it's like skill is obviously a big part of it, but there's so much other stuff involved, you know? It's got like strategy.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. You play a lot? Are you stream a lot?
Yeah. I haven't really got anybody sat in my stream now, but that's because obviously I'm UK. I've got a lot of UK people. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. Don't bother me, mate. I still play the game. I don't do anything different, you know.
Why are you on Mixer, not Twitch?
It's easier to grow on Mixer.
That?
It's easier to grow.
Yeah, you think?
On Mixer, yeah, definitely.
All saturated already.
Yeah, I was streaming before, but then I took an 8 to 9 months out.
Mhm.
So now this is my 3rd stream back, so I've just rebuilding myself again.
I took now that we're all stuck inside, got back into it, having a good time, you know. Cool. Do you play other games, or you mean?
Yeah, PUBG, Apex, Call of Duty, bit of all of them really. I like a lot of BRs and things like that.
Well, all right. Well, I think I gotta go. I gotta go make dinner. But thanks for showing me around. We should play again.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. Well, you got my Discord now, mate. So you'll see me on if you ever want to play. Just hit me a message, mate.
All right.
I might taking you around, showing you. There's normally a few of us on, so
Appreciate it.
yeah, no dramas, mate. You take care.
Thank you. See ya.
See you later.
Yeah. Let me get out. Yeah, Ice played it for 10 minutes, gave up. I could see why, but that guy just like really helped me out, and I think I get it a lot better. It's really tense. I don't know if you were watching, like Clout 10 was watching, but like when there's a guy coming up on you and you hear them trying to figure out where they're coming from, very intense. I really like it, so I'm gonna keep playing this game. I got a lot of good loot. Look at this. This is all I got. All this. You know, you can get all sorts of like attachments. I don't even know. Like you can upgrade these. This is like really advanced for me. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Types of fire. It's only a single fire. Yeah, I got all this shit. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out, guys. If anyone's in here, thanks for hanging out, watching, and yeah, we'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow, same time. Hopefully, be safe, everybody. Bye. Bye, Pepe Poseidon. Bye, Jay Smitty. See you guys tomorrow, hopefully.